Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Today is Wednesday, December 3rd, and it's time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of December 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence their phones, including myself. May I ask that you all please rise to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we will be covering the non-restricted items and the excluded person nomination noted on our December agenda. So with that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to the open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. But we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So let's first go to Carson City. If there's anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comment today regards an order made by a U.S. District Court judge in response to a petition that Station Casinos filed in the Nevada District Court. On September 30th, 2025, Judge Ann R. Traum denied Red Rock's petition for a preliminary injunction against the National Labor Relations Board, its general counsel, and the presiding administrative law judge to halt administrative proceedings before the ALJ. Red Rock seeks to halt one of the largest labor law enforcement in U.S. history for years. The National Labor Relations Board General Counsel has been litigating an unfair labor practice complaint alleging that Station Casinos engaged in a scheme to use employee layoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic to undermine unions representing or seeking to represent their employees. The district court denied Station's request for an injunction against the labor law proceedings and dismissed Station's claim that the remedies that the NLRB General Counsel is seeking in the case violate Station's right to a jury trial under the 7th Amendment. Judge Traum wrote, other courts have considered Red Rock's 7th Amendment claim, and like the Nevada District Court, have concluded that they have no jurisdiction to it. Rather, it must be brought before a court of appeal when Station eventually loses the NLRB trial, which we are sure it will. Judge Traum further ruled that the federal Norris LaGuardia Act barred her from issuing the injunction that Station sought, and that to rule otherwise would require this court to ignore controlling case law and defy the traditional canons of statutory interpretation. Although Stations has appealed Judge Traum's decision to the Ninth Circuit, we are confident that her ruling will stand. It comes as no surprise that the company, a Nevada gaming license holder who has violated federal labor law repeatedly in the past, is appealing its district court defeat. And we are confident that its appeal will fail as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please provide your comments to the enforcement agent. Thank you. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward and state and spell your name for the record. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Matthew Lopez, Matthew Lopez.
I am 29 years old and I work as a bellman at Green Valley Ranch Station Casinos. I was raised right over the hill in Boulder City, and I started working at Station Casinos in 2016 at 21 years old. As a bellman, not only do we deliver carts full of luggage, coolers through long hallways, we also drive high rollers all over the valley, to and from the airports, casinos, and almost anywhere they want. I make just a little over minimum wage being $12 an hour. My hourly wage is $2.11 over that. In the last 9 years, my coworkers and I voted to go union with a 78% vote yes. However, in these last few years, our feeling of being disrespected has only grown. The raises are insufficient, they're rare, and our hours are inconsistent. The appreciation days are just glorified pizza parties. I believe that one job should be enough so myself and my coworkers earn fair wages with predictable guaranteed wage increases and a job security with consistent scheduling. This isn't just about our present, but our future too. When someone enjoys what they do, it's easy to ignore the bad. In situations like these, I hope the company sees me more than just a number. I appreciate your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. If you care to, please provide the statement to the enforcement agent. Thank you. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward. Yes, Member Assad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I would just quickly like to recognize and express my appreciation for Senior Deputy Attorney General Mike Somps. He did a fantastic job this month. We have 2 binders. This is a 2-day meeting that we're going through. In addition to that, he prepared the application to enter Mr. Wayne Nix into the list of excluded persons under 463151. It's a lot of work. He did an outstanding job, and I really appreciate it. I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues as well that we really appreciate what you do each and every month, but especially this month, Mike. This was an excellent presentation, very good preparation by you, and very comprehensive, very thorough. And we appreciate that you're here with us and guiding us through this process each and every month. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, with that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for November 2025.
We all have had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the disposition?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for November 2025.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. We turn now to our non-restricted agenda for the month of December 2025. We're going to start with matters on our non-restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's non-restricted consent agenda.
Unrestricted number 4 are the applications of MGM Resorts International for finding of suitability as a member of City Center Holdings LLC and for amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of Mandalay Resort Group LLC for amendment to order of registration. You also have the application of City Center Holdings LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of Project CC LLC for finding of suitability as a managing member of City Center Holdings LLC. Non-restricted number 14 are the applications of Brandon Smith for licensure as a key executive and or key employee as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 15 is the application of GV Tenant Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Martyr Saft Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Michael Ellis Martyr and Jared Ross Saft as a member and manager. You also have the applications of Martyr Saft Gaming LLC Michael Murder, and Jared Saft for licensure as a shareholder or director as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Martyr Saft Gaming LLC to pledge equity securities and grant options as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 18 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Sahara Center for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. Non-restricted number 17 is the application of William Driver Jr. for licensure as a key employee at Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC, doing business as Fountain Blue Las Vegas. Non-restricted number 19 is the request to withdraw the applications of Parkway Reno LLC, doing business as Parkway Tavern for a third waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there any discussion amongst my colleagues about any of these items?
None by me.
None for me.
Very well then, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the withdrawal first?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to grant the withdrawal request of non-restricted agenda item number 19 without prejudice and as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. The motion passes. Next, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the remaining items?
Yes, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda items number 4, 14, 15, 17, 18 on the non-restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following. Non-restricted agenda item number 4 is pursuant to the 62nd revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated November 4th, 2025. And non-restricted agenda item number 18 is pursuant to the condition that the location is limited to the operation of slot machines for 24 hours.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. The motion passes. With that, we'll turn our attention to non-restricted item number 1. Madam Secretary, if you'd be so kind, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Mizpah Club Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Mizpah Club for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the applications of Longshot LLC, doing business as Mizpah Club to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Mizpah Club Racebook and Sports Pool, and to add, remove, or modify a condition.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Servon, would you like to start?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. My name is Gina Servone, and I am the Vice President of Legal and Compliance at Boomer Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. At the outset, I would like to thank the board staff, especially Agent Julie Pedronzi, for their work on this application. Our application today is for a license to operate a race and sportsbook at the Mizpah Club in Tonopah, Nevada. The Mizpah Club sits right beside the historic Mizpah Hotel on Main Street, right in the heart of Tonopah. A hidden gem of the Nevada desert, it makes a perfect stop for travelers journeying between Reno and Las Vegas. We very much appreciate the support and trust Ramsey Klein has placed in us to operate there. We plan to open for business on December 19th if you and the commission approve this application and local licensing is obtained by that time. This will be a kiosk-only location with 1 kiosk and allow patrons to sign up for the Boomers mobile app. We are very happy that customers in the Tonopah and surrounding area will be able to conveniently access Boomers product, sign up for our mobile app, and take advantage of our promotions like our $250 deposit match sign-up offer. If you and the commission approve this application, the Mizpah Club will be the 6th Boomers Sportsbook, and we have 4 additional race and sportsbook applications pending with the board. Thank you for your consideration of this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Servone. So as you said, this is your 6th location. How has business been going so far?
Business has been going great. It's been going great, and we're really excited to be expanding in various areas of Nevada.
And so looking out, I guess, into say the first half of next year, how many more locations do you expect to add?
Well, I know for certain that we're going to hit the number 10 that Joe had anticipated overall. So we're going to keep looking to expand. I
Okay.
can't give an exact number.
Can you, you touched on it a little bit, but can you speak more to your interest in the Tonopah market and what's the full nature of the opportunity is for Boomers?
I think Mr. Klein is best suited to talk about the overall market in Tonopah, but there's only one other sports book in town, a kiosk at the Bank Club. William Hill has 100% of the market. If you approve our application, we'll be the alternative, urging locals to check the price. People don't have to choose between us and the competition. They can have both apps and then bet with us and look at the better price.
Very good. So I guess let me ask Mr. Klein, because I know it seems from the materials that you took some time, period of years to find the right partner. What is it about Boomers that makes them the right partner for you? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say when I spoke with Joe and I saw the agreements and everything tied to that, it was a very fair offer. I know a lot of other licensees I've talked to about their relationships with their sports books, and a lot of their relationships were lacking. And when I talked to Joe, he came into the market with definitely a new approach and trying to include the licensees on the mobile side as well, which I think was very fair. And I really like Mr. Asher. He's very professional as well.
Very good. I won't go into the details, but certainly it looks like you have pretty strong ambition for the amount of tickets that you'll write and the dollar amount. How did you reach that, and what are your thoughts about the building the business over the course of the next 12 months?
Well, Tonopah is a great location. It's kind of an island in the middle of the desert. There's not many other options. There is one other sports book in town. It's a William Hill kiosk, and it's located at the Bank Club, and the hours for the Bank Club are limited. I believe they open at noon and they close at 8. And we get customers almost every day requesting sports betting options. And oftentimes the competition is not open for different sporting events. If you have an early morning college game, for instance, you can't go to the Bank Club and wager. So I know Joe's team has done from my understanding, a very thorough job in estimating the market.
And Ramsey, if I may, I think going to the chairman's question, you're talking about the projected right for the first year of operations, which was referenced in question 29A of the questionnaire. So
Yes.
that's actually inclusive of both mobile and kiosk play. And if you divide the projected handle by 365 for the days in the year, you'll find that it's a pretty modest number. And the projected gross win for the first year of operations is also appropriate, given that it factors in both the mobile and kiosk play.
Very good. Thank you. Let me ask you what, Mr. Klein, how do you look at the market in terms of, shall we say, locals to Tonopah versus motorists passing through? How do you look at that? What's the split? How do you perceive that?
Mr. Chairman, it definitely depends on the time of year. So it's generally pretty cold in the winter. We have a far lower percentage of tourists this time of year. But the split is also kind of hard to distinguish, because we have a lot of customers who are, I would say, temporary locals. The mining industry is still very, very large in Tonopah, and that results in a lot of contract workers who are in town for maybe a couple months, or maybe on a brief survey job. They might be there for a couple weeks. Generally, I count those as locals because they're in almost every day, but they're not locals. But I would say historically, in the summer months, we probably have 60% tourists staying at the Mizpah and the Belvada hotels to 40% locals. And then in the winter, I would say that roughly swaps. So we have 60% locals and maybe 30-40% tourists.
So you've experienced tourists who would have interest in doing sports betting as they go through?
Yes, sir.
Great. And last question I had with respect to the in-person sign up. How does that work when there's just a kiosk? Maybe you can describe that, please, Mr. Vaughn.
So we're going to have beacons throughout in which you can actually sign up to wager through your phone. It's geolocation that's used within the casino area. And along with marketing, that's going to be how we garner signups.
Okay, and the mechanics of it relative to the use of Mr. Klein's personnel, how does that work?
So we're going to be utilizing Mitzvah staff. They're going to be dual registered and they're going to do the account withdrawals as well as the account that's necessary and drops.
Very good. Well, I appreciate your responses today. Between the materials that we received, rump memos and other things, I'm fully prepared to support your application today. So thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I think you've covered pretty much all of my concerns. Mr. Shear, always great to see you. Mr. Vaughn, be seeing you quite a bit, I'm sure, in the future. Mr. Klein, nice to meet you for the first time. I don't have any particular questions. I just wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and thank you for your affirmative presentation. I did want to just comment, we were provided, there's a long list of conditions associated with this item, and many of them are repetitive and the same that Boomers has had in previous license applications. But there was also an additional request, my understanding is, for the long shot regarding the requirement for an equity owner condition. I don't know if you wanted to explain that on the record, what your request was and kind of just why you're making that request and kind of we can move from there and then our proposed conditions and what we're going to do moving forward with that.
All right. Yes, Member Sendall. So I was contacted by, during the application process, I was contacted by an agent to request a condition, and the condition read, if a licensee is no longer functioning as a key employee application is required. And I had asked some follow-up questions about this condition, and the follow-up question was, if I'm, say I direct my attention to another project to get it up and running, and so I'm not overseeing the day-to-day in Tonopah, but then I return, would I have to apply to be my own key employee? And I was told in the affirmative that yes, I would have to apply to be my own key employee. And it was at that time that I took a close look at Reg 3110, and I looked at the definition of a key employee. And after looking at that, the language in the condition didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that a licensee could function as a key employee semantically and logically with how it's defined in the reg. Because in the reg, a key employee is defined relative to the licensee, and it's defined, it's essentially an agent of the licensee. And I think you betray the definition of agent if you say that a licensee can be their own key employee. And in the context of the reg as a whole, it doesn't make sense that the licensee would ever be their own key employee. So that was my concern, and I had suggested alternative language, and the alternative language was, which I thought still captured the intent of the condition. The alternative language was if the licensee is no longer actively overseeing daily operations, then a key employee is required.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. I guess, Dag Somps, could you maybe just articulate your thoughts on those comments on the requirement under Reg 3.110?
I think for the board's consideration, it's a matter of whether or not you want him to apply as a key employee again if he returns.
And currently, you are the listed key employee, though. Is that correct?
Well, I'm the licensee, so
So you
the
are
responsibility of the operation falls onto me. I do have key employees, but in Tonopah, and what sparked this concern is it's not necessarily easy to find someone I would trust in that position. So I could absolutely see myself say if I'm working on a project in, say, Reno, and I lose one of my key employees, they leave for a different position or something else, it would take me quite a while to find a suitable candidate. So I would expect to come back to Tonopah, oversee the operation until such a candidate could be found. But it was very surprising to me that I would also need to file an application for licensing because I've already been licensed as the licensee.
Okay, and currently you have Ms. Martinez recently was
Yes.
licensed and she's functioning in that role, and how is that working out?
Oh, she's great.
Okay.
I love Vicky. She's a great employee.
Okay, so you don't see her leaving, or you see that being kind of your long-term?
That would be my hope,
Yeah.
but can never predict the future.
Right. Chief Rippey, could you comment on Mr. Klein's concern regarding a key employee application and the need to refile potentially should a need arise if Ms. Martinez were to leave?
Sure. Chief Rippey, for the record, as you mentioned, Ms. Martinez was approved in April of 2025 for the location. So if she were to leave, that would no longer be a key employee. We would expect Mr. Klein to file. And then whether we decided to act on that application would be up to the board. But we would require him to at least file an application if Ms. Martinez left the location for any reason.
Chief Rippey, may I? So with respect to regulatory consistency, this is the way that this issue has been handled and will continue to be handled.
Correct. This equity owner language is standard for all the ones that we have a key employee condition for equity owners. That's correct.
And as I understand it, there are multiple instances certainly where an application goes on file, but for various reasons is not acted upon.
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry, Member Sendell.
Okay, so I guess did you kind of follow that line of answer from Chief Rippey on perhaps even if Ms. Martinez were to leave and you were to refile, an application might not be acted upon by the board immediately if you were required to refile, as you mentioned, if you needed time to find another employee to fill that position.
Yes, I understood that.
Okay. I guess I would just say I appreciate you submitting that language, just sort of based on the historical nature of how this has functioned at the board. I would be in support of a condition that has traditionally been placed on an equity owner in this instance and requiring that the filing be refiled. But as stated, perhaps it wouldn't be acted upon by the board until that position was filled. But that was kind of what I heard. Is that correct, Chief Rippey?
And I would tend to agree just from the perspective of regulatory consistency. Now, this may be something that we can potentially look at moving forward. But in terms of the application being filed, similarly situated with other applications, we need to treat all applicants the same. And because of that, I would support the standard condition.
Okay, I appreciate the presentation and I don't have any further questions at this point.
Very good. Then I think without any further discussion, maybe we're ready for a motion.
Sounds good. Chairman Dretzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For Boomer Sportsbook LLC, DBA Mitzvah Club, Racebook and Sports Pool, Mitzvah, number 1, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. 2, prior to the commencement of Racebook and Sports Pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. 3, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomer's Sportsbook LLC. 4, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomer Sportsbook LLC and Longshot LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. 5, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter, either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk. Last, for Longshot LLC DBA Mitzvah Club, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sendall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you very much. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Then we'll turn to non-restricted number 2. Madam Secretary, please read it into the record.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Stella David for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain. Here with me today is the CEO and applicant, Stella David. We also have present, in case there are any questions, the General Counsel, Simon Zinger. He is available on Zoom, so I'm sure he'll be connecting any moment. If I could, because Ms. David is a first-time applicant in Nevada, I would like to ask her to share with you a little bit about her background and her duties and responsibilities in her current role.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. David.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, and Member Sendall. I am Stella David, and I just want to give you a little bit of background on me. First of all, a long time ago, I earned my degree in engineering at Cambridge University in England. As to my professional background, I worked for Bacardi Limited for 15 years and held various roles, including marketing director in the UK, regional CEO and president, and finally as chief marketing officer and a member of the executive committee. I left in 2009 for my first group CEO role, which was with William Grant & Sons, a role which I held for the following 7 years. I also served as an independent director with the Nationwide Building Society in the UK from 2003 through to 2010. And from 2012 through to 2021, I was a non-executive director on the C&J Clark's board, with 10 years both as chair and as interim CEO. More recently, I've served as a director on the boards of HomeServe PLC, Domino's Pizza Group PLC, and View International. Currently, I'm the CEO of Entain and a member of the BetMGM board of members' representatives. I also serve as the chair on the board for Norwegian Cruise Lines Holdings and also a non-executive director for Bacardi Limited. As to my role at Entain, I joined the company in 2021 in the March, and that was a non-executive director role. From December 2023 from December 2023 through to August 2024, I served as the interim CEO. In September 2024, I was appointed as chair to the board. And then in February 2025, I was again appointed as interim CEO. And then in April of this year, I was named as the permanent CEO. As CEO of Entain, I am responsible for the overall leadership, management, and performance of the company. I ensure the execution of the company's strategy, maintenance of the operational excellence, and that the company upholds the highest standards of corporate governance and regulatory compliance. I report to the chair of the board, Pierre Bouchot, and also the board of directors. And with that, I would like to also thank Agent Ashlyn Burke for her work on my application, and I would be very happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. So this is your first foray into gaming, is it not?
Yes, from 2021.
Right.
Yes.
So maybe talk a little bit about how you became aware of the opportunity, first part, and then also what are your thoughts having been in the industry now for a few years?
Okay, thank you. Well, I was first approached sometime before I joined the board by the chair at the time, who knew me because he had sat on a board with me actually at HomeServe PLC, and I guess knew what I was like as a board member, and asked me whether I'd like to go into the process of becoming their senior independent non-executive director. So I went through that process, which was with a very well renowned search firm in the UK, went through the normal recruitment process, and then I joined the board in March 2021. And as a non-executive director, you learn about the business over a period of time. It is not one's full-time job, but I've always been a bit of a deep dive person. I like to know what I'm getting involved in. So I guess I would say I lent into that journey to find out more about the betting and gaming industry during my tenure as a non-executive director. And then back in December 2023, when I went in as interim CEO, because there was change of leadership needed, then that was an opportunity to really deep dive and get to know the business in more detail. And I think one of the things I bring to the job is, even though I come from different industry, I've got a long track record of working with teams, building up strong leadership. I also have relevant experience, I think, through working in regulated industries. So, for example, Bacardi Limited is highly regulated because it's alcoholic beverages, but also I've worked in financial regulated frameworks. For example, Nationwide Building Society is certainly the second largest savings and mortgage provider in the UK. So lots of regulation there. But I think I bring to the role many decades of experience. If I can tell you, my age gives me experience that helps me.
Very good. And then with respect to your tenure in the different roles at Entain, you were on the board, interim, and then went back to the board. And so, as I'm sure you would agree, one of the main aspects of leadership is continuity, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make sure that you have consistency and the ability to offer leadership in a very stable environment. So I guess the question is, it seems at various times that you didn't seek out, or maybe weren't involved in the process of becoming CEO, and then you were. So how do you look at that now, and what has changed that brings you to us here today?
Yeah. Well, I had made a decision in my career plan that I was going to have a plural lifestyle, sitting on multiple boards. I had done CEO roles before, so it wasn't in my game plan to become a permanent CEO again. So when I took the role on to begin with as interim, it was very much to bridge a gap. As it turned out, I was bridging a gap, and I was learning a lot about an industry which I find absolutely fascinating. There are so many interesting component parts, and so even though it was my judgment and my determination, I wasn't going to be putting myself forward as the permanent CEO, events turn out somewhat differently in life. And I think during the journey of being interim, it gave me a sense of I could add value to the company. I like the team that I'm working with. I feel that there's great opportunities for Entain, and therefore, when I went back into the role as interim CEO, which was in February this year, it didn't take long for me to decide that stability and that continuity is really good for the company. And I think if you ask me what drives me, loyalty and duty is very high on that agenda, and giving people that stability, I think, is what they deserve. They deserve a leader that they know who they are and what they're trying to achieve.
So related to that, as time moves on, is there a succession planning as part of this?
All companies should have a succession plan, and so we definitely are working on succession plans, not just for me, but for other senior roles. And I also have a bit of a passion for the idea that we should promote as many people across the organisation from within, get that balance right. See talent, development, and give them opportunities. And going forward, certainly for my role, for other members of the executive committee, the board itself, as well as me working with the board, will be constantly working on how we build that continuity by generating more skill sets in the organisation, and training and developing people on the job.
So how many direct reports do you have, Ms. David?
I have 5 currently, which is quite a narrow number at the moment.
Right, right. And so how would you describe your leadership style and how you work with each of them?
Oh, great question. I like to be very open and transparent with people. I think it's an important component of leadership. Communication is one of the most important things one can have. And I also have a phraseology internally, which is, we've got to lean in, face the brutal truths, the elephants in the room, and come up with ways of working which are beneficial and deal with the challenges. There's no point pushing challenges down the road. It's best to face them head on and find solutions. So creative problem solving with the team would be high up my agenda, and having honest conversations with people. They respond to that very well.
You mentioned earlier, certainly there's a lot of continuing opportunity for Entain. What's your vision for the company out over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah. Well, I think the way I would phrase it is that we want to become a true global tier 1 operator. And that means in terms of our presence in regulated markets, it means having podium positions across multiple geographies. It's also about having the right ways of behaving, so we want to improve, continually improve our tech and our delivery. We want to continually improve our talent and the way that they operate. And we want to do it in a highly compliant way that respects players and the needs of regulators, because we have to work in a successful ecosystem. But we believe we've got strong growth ahead of us. We believe that can be in multiple geographies, including here with our joint venture here in the US. I'm very proud of the work that the BetMGM team do, which is our joint venture that we have with MGM.
With regard specifically to the US, of course, you have the joint venture, but do you see substantial opportunity in other markets within the US specifically?
No, we operate purely in sports betting and gaming, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But is there any, just looking out in terms of the US, are there any other areas that you would look to get into?
So I'm sorry, I don't quite follow the question. I'm feeling a bit.
Do you feel as though the US market is fully built out?
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. So I think there's more markets that can become regulated. I think, we've got strength in gaming in particular. So hopefully we get into more jurisdictions. I think it would be great. I think we continue to innovate in the offerings we have in sports. We are a strong, number 3 in the marketplace. I think there's a lot of growth which is still there. There's still a lot of players who still play on the black market, for example. It would be great that we continue to build the regulated market across multiple geographies using the skills of the BetMGM team, and we provide the support through our technology.
Right, very good. Well, I can say you have a very, very experienced background, and I think that Entain is very fortunate to have you at the helm. And I appreciate your thoughtfulness in answering these questions, and I'm prepared to support your application today. With that, I'll ask Member Sindall if she has any questions.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation and background. It's very impressive, and it's great to have you here and meet you in person. I did have you mentioned a few times ensuring you're operating correctly and in regulated markets. I was curious on your insight and what your thoughts are on licensees operating in gray markets and what you've sort of done to address that.
Well, we have a very strict policy that we don't operate in gray markets. It's no secret that the company had some challenges a few years ago, and that has been very much addressed. We had an agreement with the UK, a deferred prosecution agreement 2 or 3 years ago now. And as part of that agreement, quite rightly, we do not operate in any grey markets. We fully believe in operating in the regulated framework going forward. I think it gives us a long-term competitive advantage that we are getting growth from markets which are sustainable. We very much believe in building a constructive relationship with regulators as part of that journey.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And this is your first time being licensed in Nevada, and I see you have an extensive list of applications out in other jurisdictions as well associated with your position, this current position. Is that correct?
I'll go. Yes is the answer. I don't know where they all are, but I have made many applications, all of which seems to have gone fine.
So,
yes.
So you're on the road, I take it, for this.
Yes.
I did have a couple questions. You're still involved currently in a couple outside directorships you mentioned, Bacardi Limited and Norwegian Cruise Line.
Yes.
How much of your time do you have to spend toward that and how does that impact your?
Well, the
your
vast
role at-
majority, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. The vast majority of my time is spent in doing my Entain role because that's executive. Those two companies you mentioned, I have a deep understanding of those businesses. I used to be an executive with Bacardi, so I know a great deal about that business, and indeed with Norwegian Cruise Lines, I have great passion for that company as well, having been associated with it for about 9 years now. But you know, I take my responsibilities very seriously. I never take on anything where I don't believe I can give the adequate time to. And I think if you asked each of the boards that I operate on, do I give enough time to them? They would absolutely say I do. But the vast majority of the time is on Entain.
Got it. And then I was just curious, so you did your studies in engineering and then you ended up in marketing and at Bacardi. Can you just kind of explain how your career kind of went that way?
What
Did you not like engineering or?
Well, you know, the only thing I would say is it's so many decades ago. I think my qualifications in engineering are sadly lacking. I even remember going back so many years ago, it's untrue. I remember doing coding in a very primitive coding language where I was actually designing systems for visual recognition within the defense industry, British Aerospace, when I was a student. And I think to myself now, which is, I could do engineering stuff back then. Today, I can barely change a plug. Seriously. But it sounds good.
You know, it's always interesting seeing people's backgrounds,
Yeah.
and how they end up in the gaming industry. Thank you. And again, nice to see you. And I'm happy to support your application. I don't have any further questions, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sandal. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for being here in person. I appreciate that. Better to have a colloquy in person rather than through the video camera. It's always much easier. You're eminently qualified. Your resume is stellar. I'm in full support of your application. The only thing I wanted to bring up is you mentioned Entain and BetMGM predominantly are in the sports business, sports betting and so forth. I don't know if you're aware, but lately there's been a lot of publicity about point shaving, basketball players, baseball players doing illegal activities to throw the outcome of a game or a bet. We had Arizona State years ago. Kids came in, point shaving at Arizona State, college kids. And we were able to catch that because there were no limits on the amount of money that the kids could bet on the game. And then the sportsbook directors, they could see the computer screens lighting up when you had an unusual amount of bets coming in on Arizona State. And they notified the authorities, and that's how they were caught. You've got two baseball players recently, Ortiz and Clace for the Cleveland Indians, were throwing bad pitches, and there was a prop bet on whether or not the next pitch would be a strike or a ball. And there was some unusual betting activity there. Terry Rozier, the basketball player for the Miami Heat, and then Carolina, one of the Carolina teams, I forget which one, professional basketball player. There was a proposition bet on whether he could score over or under 21 points. He took himself out after about 4 or 5 minutes of the game. There was a lot of unusual betting activity. The sports books were able to see that on the screens. Multiple computers were lighting up with the signals flashing that there's something wrong here. And so there's been a lot of talk lately about limiting by politicians mostly, who pretty much know nothing about sports betting. They wanted to limit the amount of bet to like $200. And quite frankly, you can't follow the money if you only limit the bet to $200. If you want to catch these bad actors, you have to follow the money. And how you follow the money is you let them bet. And then you rely on the sportsbook directors to pick up on it, any unusual betting activity. And then they notify the FBI, the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and so forth. And that's how they get caught. So I just wanted to impart that to you and maybe get your thoughts on that. They're going to be approaching you probably to go along with this $200 limit bet on proposition bets. And I just think it's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. People who don't know anything about sports betting should keep their mouth shut and not get involved in something they know nothing about. The way we catch these people is to let them bet, and unusual betting activity will trigger the authorities and the FBI and us to be able to catch it and stop it. And by stopping it, you deter future bad behavior. If you want to limit the bet to $200 in the United States, they're just going to bet with private bookies. They're going to go to the islands and bet with Chris or Pinnacle, one of those other sportsbook operators, and we'll never be able to catch them. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. And I don't think you solve problems like bad actors by putting false limits on people, because they do exactly what you say. They'll go to what we would call the illicit or the black market, and then you have no way of having visibility or catching them. So fully agree.
I had a bit of a follow-up question with respect to technology and AI and all of that. Are you seeing a huge ramp up in your ability to track bad actors and to track your software potentially ending up in places where you don't want it to?
Yeah. So I think it's a constant battle. You know, as our technology increases, other people's ability with technology increases as well. So we have to keep ahead of the curve. More interventions, use of automation, AI tools is part of the armory that we constantly have to be working with. But I think there's no full stop in this. It's a case of continually moving forward, hopefully just one step ahead or two steps ahead of people who will try and catch you out.
Thank you. Any further questions?
It's none by me.
Seeing none, I guess we're ready for a motion. Madam Secretary, or
I
Member
guess me.
Sandal,
Yeah, sorry.
please.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thanks. Very good. Then we'll turn our attention to non-restricted item number 3. Madam Secretary, please read non-restricted number 3 into the record.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Jonathan Halkyard for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my right is Jonathan Halkyard, the applicant. I did want to thank you for the waiver of Chandler Pohl in House Counsel for MGM from this hearing. He will be available at the commission meeting. And also wanted to recognize the efforts of Special Agent Tan in finalizing this application and getting us to this day. It's been a long time since Mr. Halkyard's been found suitable, so I thought it might make sense for him to do a little bio to introduce himself to the board. If that's acceptable.
That'd be good. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Halkyard.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here this morning. For the record, Jonathan Halkyard. Just a quick bio. I'm originally from the state of New Jersey. My wife and I came out to Nevada in 1997. I joined the gaming industry in 1999 with Harrah's up in Lake Tahoe. I spent 3 years up there and then came back down to Las Vegas with Harrah's and then Caesars, and was with that company until 2012, eventually becoming the CFO of Caesars Entertainment. I left Nevada in 2013 to move to Charlotte, North Carolina to work outside the gaming industry for a hotel company. I left that company in 2019, and then in late 2020 was approached about joining the industry again, this time with MGM Resorts. So we came back to Nevada in 2021, and it's been a great blessing to be back in this industry, back in Las Vegas and work with MGM Resorts. My outside activities right now are really limited to a board of directors for a payments company called Shift4 Payments. I joined that about 5 years ago. I had been on the board of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts here in Las Vegas before I left for Charlotte. When I came back, I rejoined that board, and eventually I became the chair of the board of the Smith Center about a year ago. So just a quick bio, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that information. And certainly you have a very long and and well-established career in the industry. Question I would have, how many direct reports do you have within your organization?
Right now, I have 7 direct reports, and they're in the fairly traditional areas in finance, so tax, accounting, internal audit, planning and analysis, corporate finance, and actually now compensation and benefits.
And so what does a day in your work life look like? How would you describe it?
With the proviso that, of course, every day is a little bit different. I spend, if he's in town, I'll spend some time with Bill Hornbuckle, who's my supervisor. I will have one-on-one meetings with my direct reports, typically each week, at least 1 or 2 with them. I like to go and interact with our employees. My office is in the Bellagio, so every day I'll take a walk around the Bellagio to interact with our frontline employees and guests there. And then I'm a member of some standing committees at MGM, including the Capital Committee, which handles capital investment, projects and those types of things. And then just reviewing the performance of the business. And then finally, I do spend time with banks and other shareholders and investors who come to us. They usually come to us in Las Vegas from time to time.
Thank you for that. As you probably know, we had Mr. Hornbuckle at the board a couple of months ago, and he appeared before the commission this past month, and he seemed relatively optimistic about an improving performance amongst the properties in the Strip and I guess Las Vegas generally. Can you speak to that and some of the challenges that you've had with respect to occupancy and visitor volume and all that, and what your thoughts are about what 26 will look like?
Sure. It's certainly true that we've had some challenges this year around occupancy at a few of our properties. It really all starts just with visitation to the market. Now that's, of course, being compared to 2023 and 2024, which were very strong years for the market and for our company. So we still, if you're operating at 90% occupancy in most markets, that would be a banner year. For us, it's a little bit of a disappointment. So I do think it eventually gets cured just with some renewed visitation growth to the market. We're very optimistic about 2026 because when we look at the things that really drive visitation to this market, just the dynamism of what's going on here, as well as the events and attractions that we have, we see, the attractiveness of those to be unabated. But there's no question that we have suffered a bit this year, mostly from drive-in traffic from Southern California during the third quarter.
Is there validity to the notion that some say that Vegas has lost its value, that things have just been too expensive? And if there's validity to that, what sorts of things is MGM doing to maybe address that concern?
I don't think it's valid to say Las Vegas has lost its value. When one compares the cost of hotel rooms here, the cost to get here, and all of the options that are available here for whatever entertainment or food and beverage. I travel, I'm sure you do as well, to other cities in this country. This is a very good value here in Las Vegas. At the same time, I think there have been I think understandable concerns expressed about some added fees and the notion that people are getting nickeled and dimed here, and we've taken that criticism on board, and Bill has led that along with some of our operators to look very specifically at some things that if we were visiting, we'd say, yeah, this kind of doesn't make sense, and we've actually made some changes to pricing. These are not large issues in the grand scheme of things, but they do matter to the people who are visiting, and they matter to the reputation of the city. And so we've changed some of those.
With respect to your growth opportunities for MGM, looking out in 26 and beyond, do you look around the globe and see opportunities? I'll note you recently withdrew from the New York license application. Maybe speak a little bit to that, and maybe if you could talk to what opportunities you see as you look around the globe.
Yeah, our withdrawal from the New York license process was one that we deliberated on quite a lot. Of course, it was a big potential investment, a large market, but just the terms of competition, the investment involved, and the potential time it would take to realize the returns of that in the end didn't make sense for us, and that's why we came to that conclusion to withdraw from the process. The growth opportunities that we see, first of all, we do see growth opportunities here in Las Vegas, investing in our properties. The major kind of new growth opportunities that we're focused on right now are in Osaka, Japan. We have a large integrated resort under construction now. And we have a non-gaming project that's underway in the UAE, and potentially at some point there could be gaming there that we would be very interested in. But that right now is on the bricks and mortar side, and then in digital gaming, we have a number of growth opportunities as well.
Thank you. I'll note that you're also a board member of the ICRG.
Yes, I'm actually on the board of advisors now for the ICRG. I was on the board, the actual board of directors there for, gosh, probably 13, 14 years.
So given the depth of that background and experience, would you say in Nevada, we do a good job with respect to responsible gaming issues? What are your thoughts?
I do think so. I think, it's very important, to of course, the state and the operators within the state. I think ultimately, though, it's driven by the actions and the performance of the actual licensees. And, and the ones that I've been involved with, Caesars and Phil Satry and Jan Jones were kind of mentors of mine in this area there. And now with Bill Hornbuckle and Steve Martino and John McManus, it's very important to our company. And so, but I do believe that the state and the operators here, it's very important to them.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Halkyard. You're obviously extraordinarily well qualified, and I am pleased to support your application here today. Thanks. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I concur with the chairman. You're eminently qualified, a lot of experience, hands-on, MBA from Harvard. Doesn't get much better than that. I'm in full support of your application. I just wanted to, I was going to ask about the New York withdrawal too, but I think you've covered that. That was something I was curious about. I mean, it's a tremendous market, and the potential there could have been extraordinary for very lucrative, but I understand the arguments, and I kind of agree with the arguments that you and Mr. Hornbuckle have stated on the reason for that withdrawal. I wanted to commend you on the Smith Center chair. You're currently the chair of the board there. That's great. I think Nevada needs a lot more of the arts and symphonies and orchestras and plays and things like that. So kudos to you for that. As far as the UAE, I'll lay you 3-2 odds that you're going to have gaming there in about 5 years.
Okay.
Just a wild guess on my part, but
all right.
And then as far as what we can do to try to improve the overall perspective of Vegas being a value, and try to improve the numbers, not necessarily the hotel room occupancy numbers, but just the gross gaming revenue numbers, and then revenue in general. What is the current status of the parking situation at all MGM properties?
The current status of the parking situation is we do charge for parking, but for certain customers, casino customers at a certain level, the parking is free for those customers.
And then how about locals? That's really what I wanted to hone in on, the locals. Do locals have to pay for parking?
Actually, not sure how it works with locals. That there may be, I can follow up on this, but there may be a time within a certain time limit that the locals don't have to pay for parking, but I actually am not aware of what the current policy is at the different properties.
Yeah, I know at Fontainebleau and some of the other properties, they'll give locals a 3-hour limit to go in and eat one of the fine restaurants or shop or gamble, whatever they want to do. I just think that's a good idea. A lot of locals I've heard complaints from them that, gee, I wanted to go eat at Bouchon,
right,
Emerald Lagasse's restaurant at MGM, but, I don't want to pay $40 just to park and so forth and so on. So hopefully you might be able to look into that and encourage the policy there to change. It may be, I don't know, free for 3 hours currently. I heard something about it on the news not too long ago, but it fluctuates, and I don't know if there was just a time limit on it for a few months, but I think it'd be a great idea to have free parking for locals. I think it would stimulate some more traffic, and especially when locals have relatives or friends come in from out of town, that kind of thing. And you've got to compete now with a lot of the off-strip properties who are really have great restaurants as well, and the parking there is free. So sometimes, these bean counters come in from Ivy League schools and crunch some numbers and come up with an idea, hey, let's charge $40 to park for everybody. But, sometimes it's a loss leader in a way where the law of diminishing returns comes in, where you're trying to get more revenue, but then you're actually costing yourself revenue by forgetting about the local market. And you've got some great restaurants, and I think that's something hopefully you'll take a look at.
Okay, fair point.
Thank you.
We can follow up with you on the local parking policy.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure it is 3 hours. I think at least on one of my previous trips, since I'm up north, when I've come down here, I've utilized that to go out to eat. I think it isn't Hakkasan at MGM or something. And so, but yeah, I don't know if it still is the case, but I think it is.
We'll
So,
confirm.
yeah. The chairman addressed a lot of my questions I had, but one thing I noticed and that was interesting is that you were kind of retired for a few years before you kind of came back. Can you kind of shine some light on what made you change your mind or what brought you out of retirement?
I always expected that I would come back and do something. When I left extended stay, I wasn't certain whether it would be, I was considering doing some teaching. I thought I might go back into a full-time role like this. I also thought perhaps at the time I was on 2 boards of directors, maybe I would add to that, but it was also during the pandemic year that I was largely, I did not work a full-time job that year, so it was an odd time. But when MGM called, it was such an easy call, especially after I met the team here. So it was never likely to be a full, any kind of retirement.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. In our notes, it said unemployed/retired. And I was like, oh, that's interesting that you decided to come back and come to Vegas as well after moving to North Carolina.
Yeah.
But I was curious how you ended up at NV Energy from being at Caesars for so long.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. I remember he was a friend, but also I worked a little bit with him, Michael Yakira, who was the CEO of NV Energy at the time. He actually approached me back in 2010, and we were really in the thick of it with Caesars Entertainment at the time. I was the CFO, and it was not, although I was kind of interested in working with him, it was not interesting to me. And then 2 years later, he approached me again about being the CFO of NV Energy. And at that time, I was ready to make a change. I remember the board of NV Energy also had some familiar names to me. Phil Satry was the chair. Don Snyder was on the board. Glenn Christensen, people that I knew from this industry. And so we talked about it, and it just, I didn't know a lot about the industry, but it was a great company, and I had a lot of respect for Michael, and so we decided to make that change. Now, only a year or so later, NV Energy was acquired by a Berkshire Hathaway company. So it went from being a public company to a subsidiary of a very much larger company, and that really wasn't what I was interested in doing. So that I ended up only being at NV Energy for maybe a year and a half, but it's because the company was acquired.
Got it. Yeah, I was curious why I was short and leaving Caesars.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you're happy at MGM, and I
Yeah.
think I see you're planning to stay there for at least, you just extended your employment contract, and you'll be there for the foreseeable future, at least for the next few years.
Yeah, I'm very happy there.
That's great. And I just wanted to add, I believe I worked at Caesars while you were the CFO there as well, and recall seeing you there when I
Oh.
was an internal auditor.
Oh,
So
okay.
Such a
That's-
small world.
That is a small world.
But I know you're eminently qualified, and you've been licensed not only in Nevada, but in other jurisdictions. So I'm happy to support your application, and it's nice to see you here again. I worked under Cheryl Condra under
Oh,
internal audit. So
Yeah, it's,
was,
well, that's really terrific.
such a small world.
Thanks,
So I just
yeah.
had to tell you that.
Yeah, thanks. I remain in contact with Cheryl,
Ah,
who's back
Tell her I
in
say hi.
North Carolina or Tennessee.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. I did want to just add to the record, I appreciate the next MGM item already being on the consent agenda, but I did want to recognize publicly Sean Crowley, Tori Park, and Mike Atipi, who worked really hard on that to make sure that we were able to get this on for the December agenda. And we really appreciate their efforts.
Very good. Thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Hawkyard. Good luck. Very good. With that, we will turn to non-restricted number 5. Madam Secretary, please read the item into the record.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Jason Villafana for licensure as a key executive at Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. At this time, that matter will be referred back to staff. Very good. With that, we'll turn to non-restricted number 6. If you-
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Patrick Nichols for finding of suitability and or licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning, Ms. Vermace.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of Venetian. To my right is the applicant, Patrick Nichols. This is his application as CEO and President of Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC for licensure and for a finding of suitability as CEO of the registered intermediary companies that are listed on the agenda. Just by way of brief background, Mr. Nichols graduated from the Cornell University School of Hotel Administration in 2008. He went straight into the industry. In fact, his first position was with the Venetian. He worked his way up through various positions at the Cosmopolitan, starting in 2010, until he was hired as president and CEO of Venetian in August of 2022. Mr. Nichols filed his application with the board back in October of 2022, and it's taken some time to get here today. He had his initial interview in November of 2024 with senior agent Jasmine Jeffries. And then just as she was getting towards the end of the investigation, she went on maternity leave. So his application and investigation were taken up by Supervisor Eric Barthelm, and then Senior Agent Kyle Gaudet completed the investigation and report. We're grateful to the entire team and happy to finally wrap this up. With that, I'll let Mr. Nichols tell you a little bit more about himself and answer any questions.
That'd be good. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Nichols, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. It's a privilege to be here before you today. As Sonia mentioned, well, she didn't mention this part, but I grew up in Minnesota. I literally grew up in the hospitality industry. My parents owned limited service hotels. So from a very young age, I was working front desk, cleaning rooms, balancing pool chemicals, painting, landscaping, wiring Wi-Fi networks. You pick it, I did it. That led me to the hotel school at Cornell. I spent my summers back at my parents' hotels working. You know, no one likes an employee like their parents do. So I worked very hard, applied what I learned in college. And after I graduated, I joined the Venetian as a financial analyst, 2008. Interesting time to be joining this industry. Learned a lot. It was a time of change for Las Vegas Sands. But what I learned was how much I really respected Mr. Adelson, what he built at the Venetian, and I always had this sense of pride working at the Venetian. I was there for a year. They were building in Macau and in Singapore, so I jumped at an opportunity to join Marina Bay Sands on the pre-opening team. I was supposed to be there for a couple of weeks, ended up being there for a year. Fell in love with the chaos of opening resorts, just pure mayhem. Loved it. So I had an opportunity to join the Cosmopolitan as a member of the pre-opening team in the fall of 2010. Joined the Cosmopolitan back to Las Vegas, still in the middle of the GFC, tough time. And worked my way up the ranks at the Cosmopolitan over 12 years through Deutsche Bank's ownership, Blackstone's ownership, and then ultimately in 2020 was the general manager, chief strategy officer. Was my final role there. And when MGM acquired the resort in 2022, I left to join the Venetian as president and CEO. So here I am today, 3 years later. I live in Las Vegas with my wife in Summerlin, 2 kids. Involved in a number of charities and philanthropy operations around town. And I've very much enjoyed the last 3+ years at the Venetian.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. And I'll start by saying we have a bit of a streak going. This is the second month in a row that we have a Cornellian. And as a Cornellian, as a chairman, I very much appreciate that. I wanted to maybe start with your activities. How many direct reports do you have?
I have 11 direct reports.
And that's quite a bit. How do you manage them in the context of managing the overall enterprise?
Well, I like having my pulse on what's happening in the business. And I think, when you think about the 11 direct reports, one of them is an administrative assistant. We have our chief designer, our chief development officers. There's kind of the development arm. And then, of course, it's the operations of the resort that report up to me. But I like having my pulse on the business. I think it's really important. It's how I learned the business from mentors I've had along the way and other bosses. That you got to be in the weeds. You got to understand what's happening in the resort. And I find it works quite well. So day to day, I oversee the operations. Have reports that oversee our general manager, chief gaming officer on the operations side, marketing, IT, revenue management, kind of our digital strategy, as well as finance. And HR report up to me.
So it's interesting because you reference certainly an admiration for the way Mr. Adelson did things. And then you have in your career migrated towards working now in a private equity setting. How do you maintain the specialness, the secret sauce, whatever you want to call it, that a true visionary and entrepreneur would have now that it's more in the private equity world, which tends to be more about financial bottom line and that sort of thing? How do you reconcile the two, and how do you maintain the specialness that was created when the resort began?
Well, I think growing up, in my parents' business, I just saw how they treated their employees, treated their team, and so that stuck with me for a long time. And Mr. Adelson had that spirit. We've maintained that. So today, every single one of our team members doesn't pay healthcare premiums. We pay them as the company. We're the only gaming company in Las Vegas that does that. That was something that was very important to Mr. Adelson. People needed to make a living wage. He didn't want people worrying about healthcare. That's a multi-million-dollar opportunity if we were to follow the industry trend there. And we've figured out ways not to do that. And so I think we balance those decisions every single day. There's certainly opportunities to make more money. And I think the way you described, private equity, I think there's been a little bit of a shift in that, or at least my experience. I spent 7 years at the Cosmopolitan when Blackstone owned the resort. There too, they were very pro the team. Let's take care of the team. Same thing at the Venetian. I'm a big believer that if we take care of our team takes care of the guests, and the rest takes care of itself. I tell my team that all of the time. And so it starts with our team members.
Mr. Nichols, what's your view of what's been happening with respect to the overall macros of visitor volume and those sorts of things? How do you see that from your perspective? And are there things that you can do or the industry can do to help continue to turn that around?
From our perspective, I think there's kind of a bifurcation of the market. The lower end market, and Jonathan was talking about this before, some of their properties and some of the low end properties are being hit harder than the luxury segment. And thankfully we play in the luxury segment. So this year will be, from a financial perspective, the best year in the history of the Venetian. We'll perform very well. We certainly saw some softness over the summer in June and July, but in August and September, we had our best hotel months ever from hotel revenue and occupancy in 26 years. So I think there's, the visitation impact is much more on kind of the mid and low end of the market, but the headlines are still bad for everybody. It's bad for Las Vegas. And so we've taken a deep dive into practices that we may have. We're not immune to being in the headlines either. Some of it misleading, unfortunately, but we've taken a really robust look at fees, parking, you name it. We've looked at it. We've addressed a number of those items to try and create a more cohesive value opportunity. And I think in the summer particular, when there is, it's more of a leisure customer, we've built amenities and products at the resort to target that customer. We just opened a massive food hall at the resort with hand-picked, curated concepts from around the country, where you can get a great meal for $30 with a drink. And if you want to spend more and go to one of our fine dining restaurants, you can do that, but we have options.
Thank you for that. So do you see, what are your near-term opportunities for expansion or continued improvement?
Well, over the last 3 years, we've deployed about $1 billion into the resort.
Okay.
So we've renovated 4,000 suites, introduced 11 new restaurants and bars. That's about 2/3 of the capital plan that we set out when I joined the company. So next steps for us are really renovating and improving our product offering on the Palazzo. So the Venetian side is done. We're moving on to the Palazzo. We've introduced new gaming spaces. And I think it goes back to the question around value and visitation. Like, value doesn't necessarily mean cheap, but it means getting what you paid for. And so we're making the investment in the product that we offer to make sure that it hits that mark, that people come here and they say, okay, maybe that was expensive, but that was great. I really enjoyed my stay, and I'd pay that again for the experience at the Venetian.
When you have these direct reports, and I would assume oftentimes you disagree, you have different opinions. How do you handle that? Or do you encourage your employees to present their points of view, and sometimes maybe they have a better point of view than you do ultimately?
Of course. I don't know everything. Yeah, we have one of the things I'm most proud of at the Venetian is the team that we've built and the dynamic that we have on the team. We've spent a significant amount of time just working on team building and creating a really cohesive leadership team. One of our philosophies is disagree and commit. So we will have debate. Everybody gets a voice. Not everyone gets a vote. But at the end of the day, the team knows we can have these really tough conversations. I want to hear everybody's opinion. I speak last, try and defer as much as possible. And ultimately, when we make a decision, whether it's my decision or someone else's, we all get on board. We go. I think that's been one of the hallmarks of the Venetian success over the last 3 years is we're all swimming in the same direction. There's complete alignment across the team.
What, just from my own curiosity, what hotels did your parents have?
They had Americans, which are a limited service brand in Minnesota, and then they had the Nichols Inn and Suites. So
Okay.
a varying amount of them throughout my childhood.
Understood. Well, thank you. I appreciate that discussion, Mr. Nichols. You're well qualified, and I'll be happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I have to ask, do you have any siblings that also had to work their summers with you in these hotels, or were you at this alone?
No, I do. I have an older sister. She was
Okay.
there with me, but mostly it was my friends. We
Oh.
were the landscapers doing the hard projects.
Got it.
and-
Oh, so you didn't do it alone. You had friends who
No,
had
yeah.
to work for your parents as
Yeah.
well. That's good. Getting back to your duties currently, I was curious on what areas, as the chairman mentioned, you've got a wide range of departments that you're over in divisions. What kind of is your main focus, or what takes up most of your time, or would you say it's pretty equal throughout the whole company?
It depends on the day. Often days, my day starts with someone knocking on my door at 9 a.m. saying, hey, you got a sec? And then I know my day is going to be completely derailed. The first year was really setting the strategy. So we think about 2023, my first year was really foundational. Let's get all the systems in place from an IT standpoint. Let's get the team in place. Let's figure out what we're going to do over the next few years, plan. Year 2 was really kind of the transformational year. We're deploying significant amounts of capital, deploying the new technology I talked about, executing new strategies. And that was supposed to be a 1-year process. It's really run over kind of a 2-year process. And what we're focused on in 2026 is really execution. And so my time now, or last year, was heavily focused on development, design, construction, partners on restaurants, figuring out how we're going to program the resort. Today, it's really on operations, marketing, telling people about the Venetian.
That's great. If you've never been licensed before, and you're not seeking licensure in any other jurisdiction because you're just here, Venetian, and you hold a student pilot license since 2022, so do you fly?
I haven't flown since I started the job here. It was a project that I started during a couple of months off that I had between the Cosmopolitan and the Venetian, and unfortunately just never finished it. But I love it.
You don't require any travel for your work. I'm assuming you're pretty much here on the Strip, or do you travel?
I travel, really the travel is occasional marketing trips to go meet customers. And then on the programming. So thinking about bars, restaurants, trying to figure out how we're going to program the resort.
Gotcha. And then you are involved in some outside directorships, I saw. And I don't know how much of your time is wrapped up in that involvement. I think not much, but if you could just clarify for the record.
No directorships. I'm on the board of Campus for Hope.
Okay.
Which is a nonprofit we're building. Familiar with Campus for Hope. It's a low time involvement, wrapping up our capital campaign at the moment. So a little bit more time today, but one meeting once a month.
Gotcha. All right. No, and I think everything else might be just associated maybe with you're on your parents.
Oh, yes. Zero involvement in those day to day.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm happy to support your application. And I think that's all I have. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. How is the Campus of Hope doing?
We're doing great. We have a couple million more to raise. We have government, state funds matching what we raise. We're closing the gap. We broke ground earlier this year.
Right.
Recruited a fantastic CEO, Kim Jeffries. Have kind of the support of the community, of the industry. Can't wait to get it built, get it open.
That's good to hear. It's an excellent program. I just appreciate the update. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for being here in person. Good morning. Ms. Vermez, always good to see you as well. Let me ask you about your charities. You mentioned you're involved in some charities. Could you speak to that a little bit? Which ones and what's your involvement with them?
Yes, certainly for Campus for Hope. Philanthropy is always it's been a big part of kind of my personal mission in life, and also the Venetians. And thankfully, when I joined the Venetians, our frameworks were aligned. So I'd say most of it is around kind of the Venetian involvement in and personal involvement in communities for school and junior achievement, two areas I care deeply about: education of our kids in this great city, particularly in districts that our team members live in, and making sure that we can do what we can to support the schools and education in those areas.
Yeah, if I recall right, Miriam Adelson was quite heavily involved with drug rehabs and helping people with drug addictions. And Sheldon was also very mindful of doing a lot of community and charity work. So you probably picked that up from them, I'm sure.
Yeah, he set a great foundation, great example.
So you said you started back there in 2008?
Yep.
That's a tough time to be doing anything with the economic crunch that you were going through. So
I didn't know any better.
Yeah.
First job. So.
And then at the Cosmopolitan, did you work with Macbeth over there, Bill Macbeth?
I did.
Did you overlap with him?
7 years set in the office next to Bill.
Oh, very good. Yeah, I'm sure you learned a lot there as well. You're eminently qualified. I'm in also full support of your application. I agree with you on the your philosophy of taking care of the team, your philosophy around business in general. It's very important. You're absolutely right. You take care of the team members and they take care of the customers, and everything winds up being a positive. So I can't let you off the hook without asking about parking.
What would you like to know?
What's your situation there at the Venetian with the parking, especially for locals?
We charge for parking. Locals are 3 hours free.
Oh, okay.
Similar to most casinos in town, if you make it to the first tier of our loyalty program, which requires about $800 of spend in a year, you get free parking. Next tier, free valet. But Las Vegas, looking back to I forget which year parking was deployed here, is the last city in America with free structured parking.
So good. So parking is free for locals up to 3 hours.
Free for locals up to 3 hours.
Great, great, excellent.
And if you have a loyalty card
Mhm.
at a different casino where you have a certain
I would like
tier,
to have one, but
we will-
they tell
oh,
me
you
I
can't?
can't gamble, so.
well, we also match loyalty tiers. So if you have a loyalty tier at one of our competitors, that gets you free parking. You'll get free parking at the Venetian.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sendall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Pioneer Holdco LLC and Pioneer Opco LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning again, Ms. Vermees.
And good morning again, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Sonia Vermees. To my right, Robert Brimmer. He is the CFO of Venetian. This application before you is fairly standard. It's for a pledge approval. Pioneer Holdco LLC and Pioneer Opco LLC are registered intermediary companies pursuant to NRS 463-5733 and NGC Regulation 8.030. Pioneer Holdco has applied to pledge its membership interest in Pioneer Opco, and Pioneer Opco has applied to pledge its membership interest in Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC to Wells Fargo Bank as collateral agent in connection with the first lien credit agreement dated as of May 16th, 2025. This revolver replaced the previous revolving credit facility with JP Morgan Chase. It is currently undrawn. Additional confidential details about this financing and about the delayed draw term loan are in your materials. Micah Teepee was the investigating agent before he was promoted to supervisor. Congratulations. Of the Corporate Securities Compliance Unit. Senior Agent Tina Logan jumped in and had to complete the investigation on a compressed time frame. She did a great job. I'm always happy to work with her. And we thank the whole team for getting us to the agenda. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Vermees, and welcome, Mr. Brimmer.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, members of the board, Madam Secretary.
Thank you for being here. I had a number of questions, but they were all answered in the run process. Information that was provided, so that was good. Potentially, could you, Mr. Brimmer, from your perspective as CFO, give us your thoughts about the investment that you made and the progress that the resort has made and what the prospects look like for 26?
Yeah, the investment's been remarkable. As Patrick mentioned, we're $1 billion deployed out of a $1.5 billion investment plan. And really the results across all of our KPIs has been great. First of all, guest satisfaction, that's something that we view as kind of a long-term indicator for the prospects of our business. That's at record highs. Employee engagement, which is something we've invested heavily in, that's also at record levels. And then financially, our earnings are on a record level for 2025 and a very strong growth trajectory. So the investment has been great for investors and for other stakeholders.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Yeah, we did have a long discussion yesterday, and I was wondering if there's just any general updates you can share about the Venetian or just the general health of the business. I know Mr. Nichols did a good job right before you talking about it, but if there's anything you can add for us.
We're very pleased with the business. As I mentioned, the indicators we look at are all at record levels. And I think our outlook for 2026 is very strong. We had a number of headwinds this year, both market headwinds and Venetian specific headwinds, given some of the construction that we did, created room outages. So looking at 2026, we think the industry tailwinds will be more supportive, and then we'll have really no construction disruption next year. So Venetian's poised for, I think, a very successful 2026.
Thank you. I don't have anything else. As the chairman mentioned, we got all our questions answered yesterday during the rump, and yeah, I think I'm good.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendell. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Good morning. Nice to see you here, Mr. Brimmer, again. The revolver, it's the reason for the change from JP to Wells Fargo is it's a larger amount, the revolver, or is it an interest rate situation? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, there were really two components to the transaction with Wells Fargo. First, in May of 2025, we had the opportunity for Wells to provide us with a delayed draw term loan that provided us additional liquidity and flexibility for managing cash flow and funding certain investments. We've ended up not drawing that, but we have that as available to fund growth projects. And then alongside that, we assigned the revolver from JP Morgan to Wells Fargo and saved quite a bit on interest rate, the cost associated with that debt. So it was good for the business in terms of liquidity, and it lowered our cost of capital.
Great. I too am in full support of the application. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I believe we're ready then for a motion.
Yeah, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you, Member Sendell. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sendall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Michael Marchetti for finding of suitability as a director at Light and Wonder, Inc.
Very good. Ms. Vermaze, they're keeping you busy today.
Yes, hello, Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of Light and Wonder. To my right is the applicant, Michael Marchetti. This is his application for a finding of suitability as a director of Light and Wonder, Inc. pursuant to NG Regulation 16.415. Mr. Marchetti is a director, and he's also chair of the audit committee. Also here in the audience for this application, in case needed, is Michael Freeze. He's Senior Vice President, Chief Compliance Officer for Light and Wonder. If I could give just a bit of a background on Mr. Marchetti.
Yes.
He earned BAs at Brooklyn College and his JD at Brooklyn Law School. He began his career on Wall Street as a corporate lawyer at Cahill and transitioned to working as an investment banker at Merrill Lynch. Throughout his career, Mr. Marchetti has held various leadership positions in both gaming companies and financial institutions. Mr. Marchetti started his mobile and interactive career as a founding executive and chief financial officer of Jamdat Mobile in 2000, one of the first mobile gaming companies in the US. Jamdat was acquired by Electronic Arts in 2006, and Mr. Marchetti had held various senior executive roles there until 2011. He was briefly the CEO of Buffalo Studios before joining Age of Learning, Inc. in 2014, where he currently serves as CFO. Mr. Marchetti joined the board of Light and Wonder in 2024. He previously served as a director of SciPlay Corporation. He has a spotless background and has filed gaming applications successfully in approximately 50 jurisdictions. We thank Agent Benjamin Stewart for his work on the application, and I turn it over to Mr. Marchetti in case you have questions for him.
Very good. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Marchetti.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So let me start, if I could, with your role as a director and specifically chair of the audit committee.
Yes.
Rather important position, certainly. Can you describe with some detail your role as the chair of the audit committee?
Absolutely. Primary role is to interface with the external accountants, hire them, make sure all financial reports are done accurately, make sure we have internal controls in place, work with the internal audit committee pretty closely, focus a lot on risk management, disclosures, recently a lot on AI and how that's impacting the company and how our external auditors use AI. And primarily given my background as a lawyer and as an investment banker and as a public company CFO, I spend a lot of time on risk management throughout the organization, making sure we have good succession planning in place around controllership, internal audit, that the CFO feels adequately supported, and in making sure we're have accurate financial statements and not taking unnecessary risks in our reporting requirements.
And how long have you sat in this role so far?
Since joining, since 2014, when I joined the board.
Right.
And I was on the audit committee at SciPlay as well.
Very good. So you're obviously very familiar with the company.
Yes.
Yeah. So recently there was a change where the company delisted and relisted in Australia. Can you talk a little bit about that and your involvement and your thoughts on that?
But the whole board approved that. It was discussed for some time. I think the primary motivation was our main competitor, Aristocrat, is listed on the ASX, and the Australian investors are pretty familiar with the gaming companies. So I think that was the primary driver.
All right. Very good. Did you have a lot of hands-on involvement with that, or was it just more at the board level?
More at the board level.
Yeah. Did that require any different approach from the perspective of the audit?
Not from the audit. Australia requires ongoing disclosure, which is a little bit different than the US. So disclosure will become more robust.
Okay. And so you've obviously prepared that to be there. And so far, so good?
So far, so good.
Could you talk a little bit about your current role, Age of Learning, what that company does, and obviously
Sure.
you're CFO, but maybe talk about that company.
Age of Learning is a private company. It's in the education space. We provide educational software for kindergarten readiness up till second grade, both for at-home use for parents to get their kids ready for school. It's an interactive program. It's gamified, but it's highly educational. And we also provide education software to schools that do Mastery Math program and a Mastering Reading program that will help kids get to grade level by third grade. It's crucial for kids to be at reading and math level by third grade. If kids don't get there by third grade, it's really hard for them to catch up. And so, you know, it's a company I've been involved with for 10 years. I feel passionate about what they do. And I think it's an important for our country to get kids to great math and reading level.
I couldn't agree more. So you had involvement with JamDad, and then now for a decade with Age of Learning. How did you link up with?
Sure.
the
When I moved to
second
California to work in the gaming space, the guys who I was working with in that gaming company went on to start Age of Learning. And so after Buffalo Studios, we sold that to Caesars. The people at Age of Learning called me up and said, you should come work with us. We're doing something in the interactive space, get out of gaming and regular, gaming and do something more productive for society and help kids on the education side. So the interactive component of it and the business models I knew really well. I hadn't known the education space, but I was looking to do something that was a little bit more useful for society than just gaming.
Very good. What's your thought process about where Light & Wonder sits in the market and what the opportunities are into next year?
Yeah, I
beyond?
think, I mean, the approach they're taking, which is why I was interested in it and got involved in this, is to use content as the center, to be, a great content creator, and then take that content across multiple platforms. It's sort of what I've been doing throughout my career. As mobile gaming came about, it was sort of a big pivot in the industry of how gaming worked. And so this interactive content creation, Light & Wonder is very focused on high quality content and then bring it across multiple platforms, whether it's mobile, interactive, slot machines on the floors. And so I think they're great in terms of content creation. It's obviously a very competitive industry, but I think they're in a good position.
Very good. Well, obviously you're extremely well qualified for the role, and I'm prepared to support your application. I'll note my father ran a art supply store on Hillel Place near Brooklyn College for many years. So very familiar with that space.
Great.
So thank you very much for that. And Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you here in person.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. My old neighborhood, the north end of Boston, we have Marchetti's there. Is it Marchetti or Marchetti?
My grandfather said it's Marchetti.
Okay,
so I just
we'll go
listened
with
to
your
what he said.
grandfather then. I concur with Chairman Dreitzer. You're eminently qualified, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. I'm always curious, like you did a degree in political science philosophy, and then you went to law school, and now you ended up chief of audit committee and finance. So I just, what
No,
do I
it-
tell my kids to study? I mean, how'd
No,
you
it's
end up
funny,
here?
you know, it's a random walk, but looking back, it all makes sense, but I would have never predicted it. So yeah, I went, political science plus, I wanted to go into politics. So when I went to law school, I worked in the DA's office for a little while, in Brooklyn DA's office, over my law school career. And then wound up getting a job at a big law firm. And so that led to investment banking because we were working on investment banking deals the whole time. It was a corporate law firm. And I found the investment banking side a lot more interesting, and they recruited me over. This was sort of in the 90s when there was just a lot going on in the capital markets. And so I went to investment banking,
Probably more money too.
more money, you know, it was just more interesting. It was more dynamic, I would say.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And worked on an interesting transaction with a company that was at the time called CD Radio, became Sirius Satellite Radio. Did all the finances for them. That CFO who I got friendly with moved to California, and he recruited me. So you should come work for us. We're going to do a bunch of companies. We're going to take the companies public. You could pick what you want to do. And so I came out to California, and the first company we made was this gaming company, and I was into gaming, and I became the CFO, and one thing led to another. So it kind of made sense. It was just opportunities that came up at the time that I was interested in and fit what I wanted to do, but it wasn't planned.
Yeah, I can see that from reading your history, but yeah, it's fascinating to see people come up over the years and where you end up. But you've never been licensed in Nevada before, so it's your first time being licensed here, but you have had extensive licensing throughout. And I did want to ask, how much time do you travel for your current position, and kind of how do you spend your time? Who do you primarily engage with at Light and Wonder as well as part of that role?
Sure. I don't travel that often. Age of Learning is based in California, so I don't travel much for them. We have an office, a development studio in Guadalajara, which I was just there a few weeks ago, but otherwise not a lot of travel for that company. And at Light and Wonder, I engage with Mike Freeze a lot, and the Oliver, the CFO, and the external auditors.
And then I don't know if you already mentioned this, but how did you get connected with Light and Wonder initially in 2023?
Yeah, I was on the board of SciPlay, which was
Oh.
this sort of social casino subsidiary, and Barry Cottle and we had worked together at Electronic Arts. So when we were both at EA together, he left to go to do SciPlay and was trying to recruit me to come work for him, and then ultimately recruited me to be on the board.
Okay, I'm happy to support your application, and it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe we are ready for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. It passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
The court reporter has requested a 5-minute break.
Yeah, what we'll do is, right now it's 10 of 11. We'll come back on the record at 11 a.m. Thank you. Okay, we are back. Thank you, everybody. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Light and Wonder, Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda and for amendment to order of registration.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, Ms. Remaze.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermaze for Light and Wonder. To my right is Sweta Gabhawala. She is the Senior Vice President and Deputy General Counsel for Light and Wonder. Also, again, I'll note that Michael Freeze is here from Compliance. This is application of Light and Wonder, Inc. to pledge the stock of LNW Gaming, Inc. to JP Morgan Chase Bank NA as administrative and collateral agent pursuant to NRS 463.510 sub 1 and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 8030 in conjunction with a term loan credit agreement and a guarantee and collateral agreement, both dated as of May 15th, 2025. Pretty standard application. We do appreciate the work of the Corporate Securities Division, in particular Agent Patrick Brown, who handled the investigation, and Deputy Chief Sean Crowley, who crafted the edits to the order of registration. We have reviewed the order of registration, draft number 2, dated December 1st, 2025. We did go through a few iterations until we finalized it yesterday, and we believe it is in proper form. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Very good. So the draft number 2 has some cleanup as in terms of removing NYX and a few other things.
That's right.
So that was the purpose of that. Very good. Could you just explain why this was necessary? I mean, I would like to just get that on the record, why this application was necessary.
Sure. So with any financing of a gaming licensee, there are no prior approvals required. There may need to be transaction reporting, but if there is an equity pledge that secures the financing in either a licensee or any of the registered holding companies, that equity pledge requires the prior approval of the commission pursuant to statute and regulation to be effective.
Sorry, no, I meant in terms, I appreciate that, and
Okay.
that's very good background. Relative to Light and Wonder, what the purpose is of the monies and what you're doing with it. Yeah.
So the proceeds from this facility were used to fund Light and Wonder's obligations pursuant to an asset purchase agreement with Grover Gaming, Inc. and G2 Gaming, Inc., pursuant to which Light and Wonder acquired certain assets and related liabilities constituting Grover's charitable gaming business. That transaction closed on May 16th, 2025.
Very good. Yeah, that's the part I wanted to get on
There
the
you
record.
go.
Thank you for that. I had some questions and things were addressed properly through the run process for me. So I personally have no further questions at this time, and I'll be in supporting this application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to meet you. I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward. So thank you for being here in person.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to meet you. I also had my questions answered by the agent on this item yesterday during RUMP. I don't have anything further, and I'm happy to support this application request.
Very good. With that, then I will accept a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 9th revised order of registration, draft number 2, dated December 1st, 2025.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Before you go, would you mind stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter?
Sure. Sweta Gabawala, Senior Vice President and Deputy General Counsel at Light and Wonder, Inc. Do you need me to spell my first name and last name?
If you can, or Ms. Remaze, if you could email it to me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll move then to non-restricted item number 10. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Sun Valley Casino LLC doing business as Hobie's Casino and Restaurant for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the applications of 4G LLC Pegram LLC, Michael Pegram, Amy Pegram, and Gary Carano for licensure as a member, manager, and/or key executive as noted on the agenda. Lastly, and for board consideration only, you have the applications of Recreational Enterprises, Inc., Richard Murdoch, Big Apple Investments LLC, Cindy Carano S. Corporation Trust, Gary L. Carano S. Corporation Trust, Jean R. Carano S. Corporation Trust, Glenn T. Carano S. Corporation Trust, and Greg R. Carano S. Corporation Trust for registration with the board as minority equity interest member at Sun Valley Casino LLC.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Before we begin with this item, I'd like to note that a typographical error occurred on our agenda, inadvertently leaving off the word member in the applications listed. After consulting with the Attorney General's office, we have confirmed that since the titles and percentages themselves were properly and clearly listed for 4GC LLC and Pegram LLC above the summary of applications, we will be proceeding with all applications on this item, and any action or recommendation on this item will include the applications for licensure as a member as well. With that on the record, good afternoon, good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Madam Secretary, my name is Sev Carlson. I'm a partner with Kempfer Kroll, and I'm appearing today on behalf of the applicant Sun Valley Casino LLC, the buyer in the transaction, and the individual applicants, Mike Pegram, Amy Pegram, and Gary Carano. Also with me today is my former colleague, Dennis Nylander, who is a consultant for Mr. Pegram and his related gaming entities. I believe counsel for the seller, Mike Bonner, may be down in Las Vegas as well, and I'll let him introduce himself at the appropriate time. But with your permission, I'd like to give you a background of the applications.
For the record, Mr. Bonner, I don't see him anywhere, but yes, please proceed.
Okay. And thank you again for letting us appear here in the Capitol in Carson City. We appreciate that privilege that you've granted us. What you have before you today are the applications for an asset purchase of Hobie's Casino located in Sun Valley, Washoe County, Nevada. We have a brief discussion of that part of the transaction, and then I would have Mr. Pegram come up so that he can give you the background on the purpose of the transaction and his thoughts on the market going forward with Hobie's Casino.
That'd be good. Thank you.
So Sun Valley Casino LLC's ownership mirrors that of GPEG One LLC, that is also a Nevada gaming licensee. As you may know, GPEG is the parent company for Tamarack Casino in Reno, and also 4 casinos in Carson City and in the Carson Valley. Those casinos are the Carson Valley Inn, Sharky's, Bodine's, and Slot World. GPEG also holds licenses and approvals related to 2 grandfathered licenses, the Horseshoe Club in Carson City and the Slot World Cabaret in Carson City, which are both active but not operational at this time. Additionally, we have the individual applicants on your agenda who are investing in the new Sun Valley Casino LLC in exchange for equity as reflected in the agenda. These investments are from personal holdings, and the seller is taking a promissory note back for the balance of the purchase price. With respect to the specific applications as they appear on the agenda, first, we have an application for a new non-restricted gaming license, as this is an asset purchase. This non-restricted license would be for slot machines only. Second, we have an application for a manufacturer's and distributor's license. And while the company does not intend to utilize these in the traditional sense, we want to make sure that we don't run afoul of any regulations in the event the company is transferring or selling machines or swapping out parts as a part of this transaction and taking over the Hobie's Casino. Third, we have applications for licensure of the managers and members of the board of Sun Valley Casino LLC. And then we also have a request for the registration of the minority shareholders, none of whom hold more than 5%, and all have been previously licensed at various times for their interest in GPEG and other licensed entities. And additionally, we have one of those minority shareholders, Rick Murdoch, here with us today as well. So at this time, I pass it along to Mike Pegram to give you some background on the reason for the transaction and his vision for Hobie's.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Pegram.
Good morning. My name is Mike Pegram. I'm the managing member of Sun Valley Casino LLC. The way this transaction took place, the Mandis family, the current owners, contacted me and asked me if I had any interest, which we did. We presently, as Seb told you, operate 5 small local casinos in the northern Nevada market, and we just felt Hobie's was a perfect fit. Our sweet spot is operating locations are all between 300 and 600 machines. Hobie is currently, I think, around 350 with 1 bar, 1 restaurant. So it's kind of our wheelhouse, is what we do well, and it was a perfect addition to our little group.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Pegram. When you obviously have a lot of experience, particularly in Northern Nevada, and as you say, casinos within the sweet spot. Looking at this location and where it's at, what sorts of things will you do to come in to evaluate it, and what sort of opportunity do you see specifically within Sun Valley?
Sun Valley, Hobie's is a very well family-ran casino. The changes that we are going to do is more cosmetic, and probably change some marketing with it. Naturally, everybody, when you go in food and beverage, we believe people eat where they gamble and gamble where they eat. So we take food very seriously, and we will do some upgrades in the food and beverage aspect of it. We think there's some opportunity from a marketing standpoint and marketing that area. If you're familiar with Sun Valley, it's kind of in a little moat with mountains on both sides of it. So we're just going to kind of stay in the sweet spot there and make the most of it.
Is it your thought that Sun Valley will continue to grow in terms of population?
Yes, definitely. There's a lot of apartments. Everybody knows Washoe County's running out of living space, land, and Sun Valley's only 5 minutes from downtown Reno, and there is a lot of vacant land out there, and it's unincorporated and it's unique in its own way, but I think the developers are now coming, and the apartments are going to follow.
Mr. Pegram, do you regularly market across properties, or do you think that each has their own sub-market, so to speak?
We're basically the same market. Naturally, the Carson City markets will cross market. Sharkey's in the Carson Valley, and being the Carson Valley, Minden, Gardenville area will cross market. But from our location at Tamarack to Hobie's is probably about 20 minutes apart. So we don't think there'll be any opportunities there.
Very good. Well, obviously you have a long and storied history, both with the board and with managing successful properties across Nevada. So I have absolutely no trouble supporting this application, and we appreciate you and everybody being here today. Member Sendall, questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your affirmative presentation, Mr. Carlson. And Mr. Pegram, I had a couple questions about the purchase and takeover. My understanding is, and maybe you can shed some light, do you intend to keep the current staffing, or what is your proposal moving forward with the property?
We will go in and evaluate staffing the way it is. We don't see any immediate changes. We are still hiring in all of our existing locations. So if we do displace somebody, I think we're going to have places for them somewhere else.
Got it. My understanding is that you will be filing for a key employee, and you're potentially looking for a long-term key employee. Do you have any ideas on that front and what that might look like?
Yes, he is currently working with us now, and he has been a key employee in the state of Nevada in the past. So he's been licensed twice as a key employee. So his application will be forthcoming.
Oh, I'm sorry. And do we know the name of that person?
Mark Sturbins.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then my understanding is there's a current Players Club program structure there. Will that all be staying in place with the transition in ownership?
Yes, the current club will stay in place, but we'll add enhancements to the current club.
Okay. And does the property allow any extension of credit? And who has the authority to kind of issue credit at the property?
We are still in the process of understanding their check cashing policy and their credit policy. What will happen there is until we get a key employee, I will be the one that's authorizing any credit.
Got it. And then tell us about the current sports book operations and what your plans are moving forward.
The current sports book is with William Hill, and basically we're just a landlord there. So we're working with William Hill now to add some additional kiosks. We're looking at the operation hours, so on and so forth. Just again, just reevaluating the total business of what's being done out there.
Understood. And it sounds like you stated you're going to be doing some cosmetic upgrades. You mentioned perhaps some new restaurants.
Well, we'll just upgrade the restaurant.
Understood.
So it, again, most of the stuff that's there, you know, our history with the past acquisitions we have done extensive remodels in every property that we have taken over. In this case, as I said, the Mandis family has done a wonderful job up there. The property is in great shape. So the changes that we're going to make is more cosmetic than really where it's a competitive thing. This here is more cosmetic of just making it, giving it a more homely feel. Or homey feel. I'm not homely, excuse me.
Thanks for the clarification. Do you intend to include any more slot machines on the property?
Yes, I think we're at, currently, I think we're going to add about 25 machines right out of the box, and then we'll evaluate as we go on. And that's basically updating the floor to machines that they don't currently have.
And then I forget, do we have a planned close date on this and when this transaction will be completed?
We will close right after the commission meeting.
Okay. Understood. Those are all my questions for you. Is Mr. Murdoch there too? And I don't know if we're there yet, but those are my questions for now. Thank you,
That's
Chairman.
fine. You have something for Mr. Murdoch?
I was just gonna ask him, yeah, a couple things, or which one is Mr. Murdoch? Oh, right there. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Murdoch. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Rick Murdoch, with the Pegram and our properties. And I currently am retiring from Caesars as of January 1st. I had a role there.
Understood. Yeah, and it seems like you have a long history of licensure with the board. And I just wanted to confirm here, your role here is more of a passive investor, or do you intend to get more involved with the operations of the casino?
Passing investor.
Got it. Understood. And so then are you still working at Silver Legacy as the Director of Government Affairs, or did you state you're retiring soon?
Yeah, I'm retired after January 1st, first day of retirement.
Congratulations.
I started with the Don Carano and the El Dorado in 1981, and I'm now 70 years old, so I'm retiring.
You don't look a day over 50, so.
Thank you.
Doing well. I enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Those are all my questions, and I'm happy to support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And good morning, gentlemen, and pleasure to meet you all. All of my questions have been answered. Mr. Carlson, thank you. Mr. Pegram, you're been around a long time. You're very well experienced in this business. I have no problem supporting this application. I just want to put on the record that staff is recommending a 2-year limited license. Deputy Chief Matt Doyle and his crew did a great job preparing us, but they just didn't have enough time to do a complete thorough investigation of all the issues and all the applications and all the players involved. So there's nothing derogatory. It's just a 2-year limited because of a time constraint. And I just wanted to put that on the record for y'all. So I'm in full support of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So we will break this down. First of all, would either colleague care to make a motion on the board consideration only applications?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to, approve the applications for board consideration only on non-restricted agenda item number 10, as noted on the agenda and as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. So that motion passes. And then would either of my colleagues care to make a motion as to the remaining applications ultimately for commission consideration?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of the remaining applications on non-restricted agenda item number 10, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, the approvals of Michael Edward Pegram, Amy Michelle Pegram, and Gary Louise Carano are limited to expire at midnight of the December 2027 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the items are heard. 2, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of this approval and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Very good. Thank you for that. Member Sandal. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration and for staff's excellent work on the applications.
Terrific. Thank you. Very good then. Madam Secretary, at this time, please read into the record non-restricted item number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of William Hill, Nevada 2, doing business as Caesar's Sportsbook, doing business at Bodine's, Sharky's Casino, Carson Valley Inn, and Slot World for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook, and sports pool only.
Good morning, Ms. Spinell.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sandal, and Madam Secretary. It's a pleasure to be before you this morning. For the record, again, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. I am here on behalf of William Hill, Nevada 2, DBA Caesar's Sportsbook. With me this morning to my left is Lisa Rankin, Vice President of Compliance and Licensing for Caesar's Digital, and Dan Shapiro, Chief Development Officer for Caesar's Digital. The applications before you are for non-restricted gaming licenses, racebook and sports pools only at the following Northern Nevada locations: Bodine's, Sharky's Casino, Carson Valley Inn, and Slot World. Of the 4 locations, only Carson Valley Inn will have a manned book, while the other 3 locations will have kiosks. William Hill has requested to utilize employees of Carson Valley Inn for its licensed operations at Carson Valley Inn Book. In accordance with that, we received some proposed conditions for the Carson Valley Inn license only. We've reviewed those conditions and don't have any issues with them and have approved of them. Additionally, some general conditions were provided to be placed on each of the 4 licenses. We've reviewed and approved of those as well. With that, we'd like to thank Agent Ryan Finnegan and Special Agent Ashlyn Burke for their work and thoroughness on the applications. And we do not have an affirmative presentation and would like to open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banu. I guess if I could start, how did this transaction come into being? I know that obviously they've been operating race and sports books for a long time. How was it that William Hill came in and reached these transactions?
Sure, I can take that one.
Just tap it. There you go.
Thank you. Sure, I can take that one. My name is Dan Shapiro. I'm Senior Vice President, Chief Development Officer for Caesar Sportsbook. So this transaction originally back in August of 2024, Caesar's William Hill applied for to be a key employee to manage the sports books, and we were approved at that meeting back in August 2024. So at that time, we became the key employee of this Race and Sports Books, and we installed our equipment there, our technology, and we began doing the risk management for the property, for the 4 properties including the Carson Valley Inn, which is the only one that has a manned book. And so those remain currently under the license of GPEG, but they are powered by Caesar Sportsbook. So it's the same lines you might find at a Caesar Sportsbook anywhere throughout the state. What this transaction is going to do is transfer the operations fully under William Hill, Nevada 2, so that we can really provide a better customer experience overall. So one of the things we would be able to do with this transaction is sign up customers for the Caesar Sportsbook mobile app, which we can't do currently as just a sportsbook manager there. So that's one of the things we're going to be doing. We can offer the ability to earn Caesar's rewards of the property with the bets. We currently don't offer that at the property. And there's also a host of other benefits for the customer: deposits and withdrawals to their sportsbook app, cross cashing between other Caesar sportsbook properties. So we always thought that this would be the next evolution of the relationship with GPEG. It just took us some time to get there with this application.
And what will this mean to the various personnel on both sides? Will there be any changes?
No changes in terms of the amount of personnel or the duties on the ground. The employees will become dual gaming registrations for the 4 properties and for William Hill, Nevada 2. But their roles and responsibilities on the ground will not change.
And it's not expected to lead to any sort of net negative job reductions on either side?
Not at all.
Very good. Why was it that the Carson Valley Inn decided to retain the pari-mutuel?
As part of this application, we did not apply for a pari-mutuel license. William Hill, Nevada 2 did not. My understanding is GPEG and Mr. Pegram are going to surrender the pari-mutuel license at the end of the month. So at least initially, there won't be any pari-mutuel at the property if we're approved and we take over the property, which we'd hope to do on January 1st.
Good. Can you talk a little bit about, so you had some substantial experience then at these properties. Can you talk a little bit about the opportunities at these properties and the potential for growth in terms of signing up and having a larger right? Can you talk about, say, into 26, what that looks like?
Sure. And just so I did want to mention, this arrangement is very similar to what we have in place at another GPEG property, which is Tamarack Junction in Reno. And so very similar in that the employees are those of the property, and William Hill is the operator, so they're duly registered. So what the opportunity is really to make Caesar Sportsbook the brand at these 4 properties. Right now, it's a sub-brand to the 4 casinos. So Caesar Sportsbook will be the brand. And as I mentioned, all the benefits of being a Caesar Sportsbook, we can finally implement at this property. So the rewards program that we have, which is one of the leading gaming rewards programs in the nation. What's really important is for the first time being able to give customers the opportunity to sign up for the Caesars Sportsbook app in these markets. So we're talking about Minden and Carson City and these areas where currently there might be William Hill in these markets, but not a Caesar Sportsbook opportunity to sign up.
If this application is successful, how many locations will this make for William Hill in the state of Nevada?
Well, for these would be Caesars branded, but for William Hill, there's 100 locations with William Hill. And I believe the exact number is plus or minus 20, it would be 23 or 24 Caesars branded properties.
Thank you for that. And there'll be no, can you explain that I know they're kiosk only locations, but at Bodine, Sharky's and Slot World, there won't be any parlays? Do I have that right?
Parlay cards is the operative item there. So parlay cards where you fill out a card and hand it to the ticket writer, those will only be available at Carson Valley Inn. The physical cards. Now, customers can construct their own parlays on the kiosk at those other 3 locations. And we do have a function that on the kiosk that makes it very similar to filling out a parlay card, except you're doing electronically on the kiosk.
Okay, so functionally, it's no different. It is a parlay, just done electronically.
Yeah, it's the physical card that we wouldn't be offering at those properties.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I mean, Chairman Dreutzer. Sorry about that.
It's been 6 months, but all right.
Mr. Shapiro, Ms. Benu, nice to see you again, and Ms. Rankin, good to see you as well. Just to follow up on the parlay card thing that the chairman asked about. So on the kiosk, you can construct, say, for example, a 3-team parlay.
Absolutely.
And if the 3 teams are all -110, what is that going to pay? Is it going to pay 6-1?
I believe that's what it is. Yeah, I'd have to look at the pay tail. I believe that's standard pretty
Okay.
much.
And then, so that would be the same as a parlay card, if you had a parlay card, 3 teams, 6.
The parlay card payoffs may differ slightly. We can get you that information.
I was just curious, not a big.
Yeah, the parlay cards, the difference there, as you might know, is that the cards will come out earlier in the week. So typically those numbers don't change
Mhm.
throughout the week, whereas if what we call off the board parlays, those odds could change.
Right.
Point spreads could change throughout the week.
Sure. The Carson Valley, how many ticket writers will you have at that manned station?
I believe there are 3 employees right there right now. They do have dual roles, so they do work in the casino as well. For example, they might work at the cage cashing tickets. So, and that's sort of how it works right now. But there'd be no change to the amount of employees there.
And they'll be employees of Caesars William Hill?
They're going to remain on the GPEG payroll, but they will be registered for gaming purposes with both William Hill and Caesars.
Okay. And then the underlying platform, the technology, who are you using? IGT or Stadium or?
No, we don't use a third-party platform. It's what we call our Liberty platform, which is
Liberty.
our in-house bespoke platform that was developed for the US. So it'll be the same platform at all of the other sports books we have in Nevada and throughout the country.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Deputy Chief Doyle and the agents did a great job on this, so I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we turn over to Mr. Sandell, one other question I had. Your relationship with Light and Wonder, where they provide your kiosks?
They provide the kiosk hardware, so we purchase the hardware from them. However, the software on them is our software.
Right. And do you have, would you call it bespoke hardware? That is, you take their kiosks and they build it only for you, or is it similar to what they would use elsewhere?
It is a similar box that they might provide some other customers. There are customizations that we have as part of the equipment, though.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sandell.
Thank you. Just getting a little bit more clarity on the employees are employees of both. So then how are they compensated? Does Caesars or William Hill provide some sort of compensation to these employees through is it GPEG, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the way we have an economic arrangement with GPEG, so we do contribute to the compensation for those employees at Carson Valley Inn.
Okay. And then I wanted to clarify, so at Carson Valley Inn, you have these ticket writers, and my understanding is that the property will still be doing pari-mutuel race, or they might continue to license and want to provide that option to their customers?
Yeah, so my understanding is that they are no longer going to offer that.
Period.
At the end of the month. Their plan is to discontinue that. And then so if we're approved and we transition, say, January 1st, there would be no more pari-mutuel at the property. We did apply for a racebook license. So we most likely would look to offer booked betting on some of the major races. But at least initially, there wouldn't be pari-mutuel at the property. We'll assess that opportunity to see if it's something we want to bring back at a later date.
Understood. Thank you. And then there's no comp or credits permitted at any of the properties currently associated with sports wagering? Is that my understanding?
Well, we will offer Caesars rewards, which customers can earn as part of their bets, and then they can redeem them for various things. very common for sports bettors to redeem their rewards credits for other free bets. So they might do that. They could also redeem them for experiences at Caesar's properties, for example. So they might be able to, go to dinner at Silver Legacy or something like that, or Caesar's Palace. So that rewards currency, both from retail and mobile, could be used across any of the Caesar's outlets.
Understood. And then you have a master agreement over these 4 properties or 4 licensed locations, but then also individual operating leases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But the master agreement terms of supersede is what I read and understand. Should there be any sort of conflict in those terms? Is that correct?
I think that's right. The master agreement has certain provisions in it, but yes, that's why we did the individual leases with each property.
Great. Those are all my questions. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I too fully support this, but ahead of them, Ms. Banu, could you, we had a slightly different understanding as of yesterday about the pari-mutuel pool at Carson Valley Inn. So if you could send to the board in conjunction with both the applicant and the location, just a unified understanding of what's going to happen there, we would appreciate it.
Sure, yes, we just learned that yesterday afternoon as well, so we'll send an update.
Okay, well, as of yesterday morning, it was different, so that
Yes.
times out that you had a new understanding. But if you could just confirm that to us in writing, I think that would be helpful.
Will do. Thank you.
And with that, I think we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For all applications, number 1, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between William Hill, Nevada 2 and the licensed location must be reported to the board within 30 days of such change. 2, the licensee must comply with the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system and compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized race book and sports pool. 3, prior to the commencement of computerized race book and sports pool and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Last, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for William Hill, Nevada 2 to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation, or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee is required. For Carson Valley Inn, in addition to the aforementioned conditions, are an additional 6 more. Number 1, William Hill, Nevada 2 shall have an employee present on the premises of Carson Valley Inn at all times. Its license operations at Carson Valley Inn are available to the public to supervise such operations. Such employee may be concurrently employed by Carson Valley Inn. Such employee may be concurrently registered as a gaming employee for Carson Valley Inn and William Hill, Nevada 2. 2, William Hill, Nevada 2 is solely responsible for any and all bankroll requirements related to its license operations at Carson Valley Inn. Number 3, William Hill, Nevada 2 is solely responsible for any and all accounting for gross gaming revenue and other requirements of the Gaming Control Act related to its license operations at Carson Valley Inn. This specifically includes without limitation, mix, and variations thereof. For any Carson Valley Inn employee which performs any actions related to William Hill, Nevada 2's licensed operations at the Carson Valley Inn shall be deemed an employee of William Hill, Nevada 2 for those actions, and William Hill, Nevada 2 shall be solely responsible for those actions. 5, William Hill, Nevada 2 shall ensure all signs concerning the race book and sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets, and the homepage of any website or mobile app prominently indicate William Hill and/or Caesar Sportsbook is the license operator of the race book and sports pool. All locations at Carson Valley Inn where a patron may purchase a wagering ticket shall have a prominent sign concerning the race book and sports pool. Last, William Hill, Nevada 2's operations at Carson Valley Inn shall not accept or take any bets or wagers on any races in which any horses owned in whole or in part by Michael Pegram are entered to run.
Very good. And Ms. Padu, you agree with those conditions? You've reviewed them?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Very good. Then let's see, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. This takes us to non-restricted item number 12. Madam Secretary, please read number 12 into the record.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Richard Cook for licensure as an officer at Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc.
Very good. Hello again.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Madam Secretary, again, it's a pleasure to be before you this morning. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. I'm here on behalf of the Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc., DBA Avi Resort and Casino. With me to my left this morning is the applicant, Mr. Richard Brian Cook, or Brian Cook. The application before you is for Mr. Cook's licensure as an officer, president of the property. As you know, Mr. Cook was licensed last year as general manager, and we understand that there have been no areas of concern or issues with his background. With that, I would like to briefly speak to the timing of the submission of Mr. Cook's application, as I believe a more complete explanation is already provided in your materials. Immediately before Mr. Cook's appointment as president, we were in communication with the Gaming Control Board's applicant services regarding the pendency of Mr. Cook's appointment and to confirm submission requirements. I was notified Mr. Cook accepted his position and an announcement was to be made. And Mr. Cook timely provided his application packet to me, and his application was submitted within 30 days of my notification of his appointment. Quite a few months later into the investigation, our agent inquired as to Mr. Cook's appointment date, and a slightly earlier appointment date was provided than was previously provided, which caused the agent to inquire about a 3-day late submission. After further communications and reviewing newly provided documentation, it became clear that a miscommunication or misunderstanding as to the appointment date had occurred regarding Mr. Cook's appointment and acceptance. Despite our good faith efforts and belief that the application was timely submitted, which resulted in a 3-day late submission of his application and documents. We understand and acknowledge that regulatory compliance is a cornerstone of the gaming industry and of critical importance, along with compliance with the Avi's intergovernmental agreement, the recently revised order of licensure that we worked on last year, and of course, Gaming Control Act and regulations. The Avi's commitment and mind to compliance is demonstrated by close partnership and just historical practice with the Gaming Control Board, and no other late filings. Of course, hindsight's 2020 regarding communication. Unfortunately, we can't do anything regarding the 3-day late filing, but we can implement and work on strategies to enhance communication in the future as a remedial measure and to prevent any future miscommunications and ensure continued compliance. The Avi and I will work in close concert to provide and collect all documentation pertaining to any acceptances of positions, appointments, whatnot, to ensure there is not a miscommunication and delay in any filed applications. With that, we'd like to thank Agent Raquel Bridges and Supervisor David Bradford for their work on this application. And I believe Mr. Cook would like to make a few property updates at this time, or we can open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, Ms. Banu. Why don't we have Mr. Cook give some updates, and I'm sure there'll be some follow-on questions. Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon. Yeah, it was just a little over a year. I was here when they approved my application for the general manager, and then shortly after that, then they promoted me up to the president position. So just a brief update with the property. We continue to do really, really well. We did see a little bit of a downturn this year, like everybody else. It just seemed like it was a couple months, February and March, and then again, a little bit softer in the summer. But one thing that we experienced is a little different from listening to some of the properties. Our occupancy was actually up, but what we found, it was more of a value customer to come in. We weren't able to drive the room rate that we had the last couple of years. So more families bringing in a lot more of their own, bringing in ice chest and that type of stuff. So we still, property-wide, we are seeing gaming dip just a little bit. But overall, the property is doing really well. So the AV is owned by the Fort Mojave Indian tribe. We just had the Fort Mojave Indian tribe just had a groundbreaking yesterday that they have another casino on the Arizona side. It's called Spirit Mountain Casino. So they had a groundbreaking. They're going to build a new casino and close that one down. So we had that yesterday. But overall, property continues to do really, really well. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cook. We appreciate you being here today and for providing that update. First and foremost, I want to establish for the record, we certainly appreciate council's representations about what happened and the misunderstanding, but you do know that ultimately the obligation resides with you to make sure that the applications are filed timely.
100%.
Okay. And again, I accept, miscommunications happen, but it's important to hear from you on that as well.
Yeah, and it was just a miscommunication. Paperwork, we got it. I submitted on February the 18th, 2 weeks prior to the due date. And then it was just communication between the chairperson of the board and Kelsey had communicated that I had accepted the job. And at that point, that's when Kelsey took 30 days from that day, not knowing that it was 3 days prior when I actually accepted the offer on a Friday afternoon after our board meeting, and she was notified on a Monday. So I apologize for that. And yes, it does reside on me. It falls on me. So I accept that.
Thank you. I wanted to establish that. So with respect to the property, you've been there a while already.
Yeah, going on January be 12 years.
Right. And so you say that business has been good generally, is what you said before?
Yeah, so we're up EBITDA, we're up 4X from when I started there in January 14.
Very good. And how many direct reports do you have in your role?
I currently have 12. When I find a general manager, I will have 2.
Which I guess brings me to my next question. Do you have trouble recruiting in that area? Is that
yeah, it's been a little difficult. The applicants that we get right now, it's been a lot of people their length of stay on their employment's been really year and a half. One thing that the tribe and the AV, we have a lot of long-term team members that work there. There's a lot of people that work there more than 30 years, and that's how old the property is. So, but we're really reluctant to bring somebody in that's just going to be there a year, because it takes about a year, especially dealing with tribal members. It's a different culture, and it takes time to learn that. So we want to find the right person, not just make a hire and then, yeah, they're there a year and a half, but we want somebody who wants to grow and be there for 10 or 15 years.
Right. And so that search continues. So no luck as yet.
Well, I just had another interview yesterday, which I'll talk about it with the board on Friday.
Very good. I wanted to ask you about the relationship. This is obviously for us somewhat unique in that it is tribal property, right? And so you have any number of licensees here. The council itself is has been licensed for, looks like 30 years, and chairperson Ms. Lillard, et cetera. And from your perspective, in terms of making decisions, do you confer with them? And then how does that relate to your relationship with the actual tribal council?
No, so the decisions on property are made by the general manager. Right now, the general manager is not there. So those decisions are made at property level and are then communicated to the board. Certain financial decisions, anything over a certain dollar amount, would take board approval.
Okay.
As far as the president's position that I'm in now, I'm the liaison between the property, and then I communicate with the board. And then I also do once a quarter a financial presentation to the council. But the council has no, they don't make any decisions for the property. It's all board and below.
Okay, so there's no, so we have the council members, but you have no involvement with them other than a reporting function.
Correct. That the board would then, the ACE Board of Directors is appointed by the tribal council.
Right. Okay. Okay. And then tell me about your operations. How many slot machines do you have there?
Right now we have 705.
Yep. Has that number fluctuated somewhat?
We had more prior to COVID. Then we took put spacers and kind of shrunk the footprint of our floor a little bit. As we're starting to grow it back up, I'd like to get it back up to around 750, 800. But that's probably the best for us. On a real busy day, we'll run, maybe 70-75% occupancy on the floor. But so there are times that we could use some more, but we will continue to grow that.
And it says 5 table games. Does that include any table games, or they're all live dealer?
5 live dealer games, and we also have some electronic table games, some stadium games where you can play roulette or video poker.
I should say ETGs.
Yeah,
Okay.
ETGs. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Great. How would you describe your clientele? Are they local, or are they a resort destination clients? How would you describe them?
So twofold. We have 2 sets. So in the wintertime, we get snowbirds. Our average age in this time of year from October 1 until April 1st, average age is pushing close to 70 years old. And then as it warms up, April 1st of the summer, it's families, boaters that come out and use the beach, the pool. So it's 2 totally different markets.
My last question has to do with back to the tribal dynamic. What makes that different than, say, you working in another location, another licensee? What pieces of the culture need to be established? You said that you're going to hire a GM and you want them to understand that relationship.
So,
coming
yeah, I've worked at both. I spent 19 years before I went to work at DAV working for another gaming company, and it's more family. They really treat their team members like family, even if you might not be a Native American, but if you work there, that's how they treat you. For the last 10 years, we have not increased any cost to benefits, and I was really happy to hear that I heard the Venetian said that they don't charge. That's pretty cool. We do the same. I mean, our team members pay, I think it's like $20 a pay period out of their check for health insurance. And we get really good insurance. We don't want to just go out and buy cheap insurance, but the tribe spends and invests back into their team because they want to treat them that way. Because we all go to the same grocery store, we buy the same stuff at Walmart because we are a smaller community. So, and that's how they look at it.
Very good. Mr. Cook, you have a very strong background, and I appreciate, and it's notable your commitment not only to the property, but to the tribe. And I very much welcome you to take this next step in your career, and I'll be in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Cook, good to see you again.
Thank you.
Seems like you were just here not too long ago. So you mentioned something about they're building another casino on the Arizona side?
Yeah, so right now they currently operate Spirit Mountain Casino. But the building is probably 40 years old but they just broke ground. They're going to be building a new casino. Should have about, I think it's going to be like 350 machines. No hotel or anything like that, but restaurant and a new casino.
And you mentioned something about something closing down?
Yeah, the one that they're currently operating will shut down when they open.
The Arizona side?
On the Arizona side,
Okay, I
yes.
thought you might have
No.
referred that the Avi is going to be closing down.
No.
Very good, very good. What's the population like down there, number wise and so forth?
So from the bridge in Laughlin, right there by the riverside, to the bridge in Needles is right around 100,000 people.
And so how far away are you from Laughlin?
About 12 miles.
Okay, so you get a lot of customers from Laughlin area?
Well, yeah, we get some, but the great thing about the AV and where it's located, there's twofold. If you have a casino and you're in the strip of Laughlin, you get a lot of walk traffic.
Right.
So you could be staying at the Aquarius and you could go to the Edgewater, you could go to the Riverside. For us, we're 12 miles away. We're in where we're at, and the amenities that we have are like none of the other casinos. So our length of stay, people that come there will use it more of a resort because we got a golf course across the street. We've got a KOA campground. We got our own beach, boat ramp, a lot of things that people can come and stay for a week in the summer months. Where up in Laughlin, it's more hotel gaming and, restaurants and that type of thing. So there's just a little bit of difference with that.
And how far away are you from Route 66?
Well, Route 66 kind of runs where I don't know if you know that area, but probably I'm going to say 8 to 10 miles from where if you go up the Boundary Crown Road towards Oatman,
right,
that's where you could pick it
Yeah,
up
it's
there.
been a long time since I was down there for the Laughlin River Run, the motorcycle run. And then I think we went over to the Avi, had lunch or something over there way back. I mean, it was a long time ago. So it was a beautiful casino.
Yeah, it is. And the tribe continues to invest money in that. They just requested a couple days ago that I seek out to get a feasibility study, because what they want, they just put in that new bridge just a couple miles north of our casino. So to look to possibly, they want a feasibility study to find out, do they want to maybe build another casino or expand the one that we currently have? Because we only have 452 rooms now with limited convention space. But there are times that if we had, twice the number of hotel rooms, we could do a lot more things, especially with all the space. We have lots of land, lots of parking. Parking's free.
Well, that's good to know.
No
I'll be
resort fees.
I'll be there. I'm in full support of your application. You're more than qualified for this position. So
thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendall.
Congratulations on your recent promotion and position to president. The only kind of clarifying question I had is we were provided like an org chart, and you mentioned you have 12 direct reports currently.
Yes.
Because of the general manager position is vacant. But you also have an assistant general manager. Is that more of like an admin assistant, or does that
No,
person help?
yeah, so he just unfortunately came up with cancer, and that's vacated right now too. So I've taken that responsibility for him. If I hire a general manager role, I will not replace that position. That person was a tribal member, and part of the president's position is to develop tribal members into key leadership roles. And that's basically what he was. He was the assistant general manager in title and learning to eventually take over as the GM. Unfortunately, he got sick and he had to retire. This just happened recently.
That was why I was asking that question. This is
Yeah.
why maybe perhaps that person couldn't fill in, but sorry to hear that.
That would have been that was the goal, but
Got it. Well, thank you. Happy to support your application and nice to meet you today.
thank you.
Very good. Then I believe a motion is in order.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Just for clarification, did you mean 12?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I not say 12? I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. It passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue on with non-restricted item number 13. Madam Secretary, could you please read that into the record?
Non-restricted number 13 are the applications of LVGV LLC doing business as the M Resort Spa and Casino, Cactus Pete's LLC doing business as Cactus Pete's Resort and Casino, and Cactus Pete's LLC doing business as Horseshoe Hotel and Casino to add, remove, or modify conditions.
Very good. Ms. Benu,
Good morning.
good morning again. Well, it's technically
Oh,
afternoon, but okay.
Shoot, sorry,
That's okay.
12:01.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Kelsey Benu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. I'm here on behalf of the M Resort Spa and Casino, Cactus Pete's Resort Casino, and the Horseshoe Hotel and Casino. With me this morning to my left is Chris Soriano, Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer of Penn Entertainment, Inc., and Brian Wazalewski, Vice President of Product and Analytics of Penn Entertainment, Inc. And of course, behind me is my esteemed colleague, A.G. Burnett. The applications before you today are to add, remove, and/or modify conditions to the licenses of each location. First is the request to modify the conditions on the M Resorts manufacturer and distributor licenses. Second is the request to add a condition to the non-restricted license of each of M Resort, Cactus Pete's, and the Horseshoe. We would sincerely like to thank Senior Agent Mark Robertson and Supervisor Jeff Zinn for their overly thorough work on these applications. With their help, we worked with Deputy Chiefs Jeremy Eberween and John Lestuski with the Gaming Laboratory and received approval of the proposed condition modifications to the M Resorts manufacturer and distributor licenses from both the Gaming Lab and the Office of the Attorney General. If I may, I'd like to just provide a brief background as to the reason for the initial applications as to the modifications to the manufacturer and distributor licenses. And then I'll pass the mic over to Mr. Soriano for some exciting property updates.
Very good. Before we do that, if we could just get on the record with respect to the key employees. Should this be successful, who will the key employees be for each property? Perhaps we can put that on the record first, get that out of the way.
Sure. Do you want to take it? So there's already a key employee at Cactus Pete's, that's Brandon Smith. And then it was to be the next matter. There was an application to have him licensed as general manager at the Horseshoe. And so he would fill that position at the Horseshoe. And then for M Resort, it is Hussein. Yes.
Hussein Marous, who is
Thank
the
you.
current general manager.
Current general manager who would be submitting an application within the 60 days.
Thank you. Just wanted to
Yes.
get that on the record. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so regarding the application to modify the existing conditions on the manufacturer and distributor licenses for M Resort, this is really just to provide the property with greater flexibility to research, develop, and deploy in-house technology. The M Resort launched a new cashless wagering system and was working with the Gaming Lab regarding minimum internal control standard requirements pertaining to the system. The Gaming Lab advised M Resort in conversations that due to its current conditions on its manufacturer's license, that the customization of reports was not permissible. And so the M Resort is currently outsourcing the production of those reports to a third-party vendor. So the M Resort continues to plans to continue to expand its use of in-house technology, including some proposed changes to its promotion system. So all of this has resulted in the request today to modify the conditions on the manufacturer license, and then we added in the distributor license as well to assist with the property's future endeavors.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And then, as you mentioned, sorry, in working on these modifications, the GCB staff requested that we also add that key employee condition on the non-restricted licenses of each location. So we've got an application in for that as well.
Very good. So did you have an affirmative presentation on the customization and these other items, or should we ask questions?
Oh, good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Christopher Soriano, Vice President, Chief Compliance Officer, Penn Entertainment. With me is Brian Wazalewski, as previously introduced. We do not have an affirmative presentation. I think Ms. Benu summarized the application before you. We appreciate the consideration of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions with respect to it.
Yeah, so maybe you could give us some more direct color on what it is you want to do. I certainly understand your current status with the conditions that exist do not enable you to do the things you want to do. Could you give some maybe more detail about what you intend to do and how far you'll intend to take it?
I'm happy to start, Chair, and then Mr. Wazalewski can add if there's anything else. You know, the situation we find ourselves in here was one where we've been developing a lot of our own technology. So we developed a cashless wagering system, a cashless, cardless, contactless wagering system that brings together components from a number of different manufacturers, a number of different distributors into an integrated system. When we met with the audit division to work out the revenue reporting, we got some feedback from the audit division that they requested some additional columns be added to some reports that were our Penn-produced reports coming out of the system. However, because of the definition of associated equipment and the fact that the manufacturer license did not permit us to make modifications to associated equipment, we had to go the assumed responsibility route through a licensed manufacturer in order to add these columns to this report, which was a process that just took a lot longer than I think any of us had hoped, added some additional friction to the process. And so going forward, you know, when we're in the process now, Brian can add, we're in the process now of expanding the system to include table games, subject to, again, review by the Gaming Lab. And we would have to go through this same process of having a manufacturer assume responsibility for modification to the table games reporting in order to allow that reporting to those columns to be added to that report. So that is one example of why it is that we're here. And then just as we think toward the future, and Brian, maybe you can explain if we have any other initiatives right now. We don't have, Chair, beyond the cashless gaming system, we don't have a highly pressing matter for which we would be seeking this modification, but we thought that now, while we were in conversations with the Gaming Lab about the reporting issue, that now was a good time for us to just be proactive about it and seek this relief. Brian, anything you'd like to add?
So going forward then, so it sounds like you have a pretty defined use at this point. But with your current manufacturer, is it understood who will do what moving forward? Will this lead to any potential confusion about who will handle what?
I don't think so, Chair. I think with our current, we have great relationships with all of our vendors and manufacturers and scopes of work. For example, this assumed responsibility issue required us to amend our scope of work. So I think we would make sure we document everything properly as to who's responsible for what and who's ultimately responsible. And as the licensee, we take ultimate responsibility for anything that's put out there on the floor. So it's a great point that you raised, and I appreciate the question. We'll make sure that anytime there's any collaboration with manufacturers or otherwise, that we document very clearly who is responsible for what.
Yeah, I mean, you hit on it correctly, Mr. Serrano, because the issue is, should something arise, who did it? Now, clearly, ultimately, you're responsible as a licensee, but at the same time, if you have multiple cooks in the tech kitchen, sometimes there's confusion about who did what and all that sort of thing, which could lead to problems in the field. So that would be my concern.
Yes, and that's something that we'll be, I think Brian and the team already are very careful about documenting, and we'll continue to be very careful about documenting and make sure everything is recorded. And to be clear for the record, obviously if our application is successful and the condition is modified, obviously any associated equipment that requires review by an independent test lab or the gaming lab would still go through that process. This is simply the question of who is preparing it. We're not seeking to circumvent any other requirement.
That's understood. And so you're reserving the right to potentially take on other tasks once you get this condition changed?
That's correct. Again, subject to all of the mix and all the technical standards, all the approval requirements. It would be a question of who is the person who is actually performing some of the work. And again, this was an interesting situation for us to learn about how just the modification of a revenue report because of this condition led to us having to go through this assumed responsibility approach, which to us seemed like it added some extra layers to the process. And we thought that having this condition modified would give us the opportunity to simplify some of that.
Thank you. And I'll ask the Senior Deputy Attorney General, with respect to the proposed condition, does that cover that which they seek to obtain?
I believe it does, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And Chief Rippey, your staff has been involved in the negotiation of this condition as well?
Slightly. It's been more of a lab thing, as they mentioned, but our staff would agree with those conditions.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate the background, and we have recently had some significant changes within the lab, and so we are very happy to provide good customer service on our end, so to speak. And we invite new technology to come to Nevada first. We certainly want to be open to that. So to the extent that actions like this will enable you to have more flexibility to create and to make things that provide for better experience for your guests and make things easier for you, we want to partner with you from the lab's perspective and make sure obviously you're doing it following all the necessary rules and regulations, but at the same time provide you the flexibility to be able to do these things. So I'm very much in support of this application.
Thank you, Chair. Very much appreciate the board's work with respect to the technology process and the gaming lab and your comments that you just made. Certainly as a company who is involved in trying to deliver the best technology we can to our guests and make it part of the guest experience, having that partnership with the technology division and with the board is something that's very, very valuable to us.
I appreciate that, Mr. Soriano, and certainly again, moving forward, if you are a licensee as you are and you have multiple jurisdictions, consider Nevada first. We will work with you as best we can to be able to bring newer emerging technologies appropriately and safely to the state of Nevada.
We appreciate that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Soriano, nice to see you, and you as well, Mr. Wazlewski. The cashless wagering system, is this being utilized in some of your other jurisdictions already?
It is, Chair. It's in approximately 10, approximately 10 of our jurisdictions.
So, I mean, front money, you put in the money in the cage, you go to the table, take out a marker. Can you walk me through how this works? Is it loaded onto a card and you get the person's identification and so forth, and also maybe touch upon KYC and SOF issues as well?
Sure. So it's based on a concept of a digital wallet, similar to like you'd see with Venmo or PayPal. We work with Every, and they provide the actual digital wallet technology. And the way that works is customers can fund that wallet in any number of ways. They can go to the cage and fund the wallet, or they can fund it where approved via credit card, via bank account, via debit card, via PayPal. Lots of different methods to go ahead and fund that account. Once that's in that digital wallet, again, it's standalone outside the gaming system. And again, it could technically be used for funding of other things like food and beverage and hotel type things. However, it's based out of our mobile app, our loyalty app, and a customer can essentially sit down in front of a slot machine and with their mobile app card into that slot machine using Bluetooth technology, and they indicate they want to go ahead and fund that machine from their digital wallet. From the app, they can go ahead and press a button that says put $100 on this slot machine, It'll then reach out to Every, and Every will then push that money to Acres Foundation, and Acres Foundation will push that onto the meters on the slot machine. And then vice versa, again, they can pull funds off of the slot machine back into that digital wallet.
Wow, that's fascinating.
And Judge, from a KYC perspective, there's really a double KYC that takes place, because in order to use the system, as Mr. Wazalewski said, you need a Penn Play app, which is our loyalty, Penn Play membership, which is our loyalty app. So we do a KYC on opening of those accounts. And then given that Every is the digital wallet provider, Every also does a KYC on the customer before opening account, allowing the account to be funded. I will say, knowing that this has been a topic of discussion in the industry, the fact that you have additional security around the payment systems and knowledge of what's going on in the payment systems obviously helps us from a compliance perspective in terms of identifying what exactly is going on, funding, et cetera.
What about source of funds?
That would be done through the standard source of funds checks process, Judge.
I mean, do you do that, or does Every or Acres, or who's actually going to verify source of funds?
It's a combined responsibility between us and Every.
So it's really done on the phone, on an app on the phone, so to speak, rather than a type of, plastic card.
Yep. Now the phone initiates the transaction, but once it's initiated, all that communication and the actual activity occurs again on a secured network behind the scenes. Nothing's going through the mobile app itself. It's going on a secured network between Every and then our properties.
And do customers like this in the other jurisdictions where it's operational?
They do. They do. Yeah, we're seeing growth kind of from an adoption standpoint, kind of month over month. At first, we thought, okay, you build it, they'll come, and we identified that. All right, well, you need to kind of encourage folks to use it, teach them about it, and kind of provide additional information.
Yeah.
Once we start educating, again, customers love it, and frankly, it's what they're used to when they start going to Starbucks or they go to any of the retailers today. They're used to paying kind of with their phone. So it's the same concept.
And then the limits, are there limits on the dollar amount?
Yep, there are limits on a couple of different locations. One, there's a limit on the amount they could fund their wallet. So there's a limit of, depending on the customer and depending on the level of the wallet, we can limit to, you can put in $2,000 a day or $5,000 a day. And then there's also the ability to go ahead and put limits where required to the ability to fund to a slot machine. So beyond a certain amount, they can say, all right, I want to put a limit on that.
Very good. Thank you.
That's a built-in responsible gaming feature that we've built into the app, where customers can also set their own limits in terms of, I want to limit myself to be able to use X dollars on the system. For a period of time.
Yeah, I'm in full support of the application, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Thank you. I did want to clarify, we had in our materials that you might be also using this conditional amendment to the condition to make some proposed changes to like your promotion type system. Is there anything you can expand on that?
Yep. So today we leverage MGT kiosks for our promotional kiosks. And really those are ways customers can come in and join a promotion, whether they participate in a drawing, right, and enroll in a drawing, or they could participate in a giveaway, or they can enroll in a earn and get type promotion. They do that through the kiosks. We're in the process of developing our own promotion engine where, again, we'll have kiosks available like they're used to today. But we'll also allow the mobile app to serve as the kiosk, right? So to allow guests to not have to stand in line to enroll in different promotions. They can enroll in that very same promotion on the kiosk if that's where they're comfortable, or on the mobile app.
That's
So
great.
we're looking to do that. The interesting part, and again, a part of this, the request is as the industry is evolving, it's very rare that you actually have one company that's providing a solution, right? What's happening is you're actually taking multiple solutions and kind of integrating them together to provide an overall solution. A lot of times, again, it's through vendors that are licensed there, but there are components that would be ours to help with that integration, and this request would help with that.
Great. And then I thought Ms. Bonneau mentioned you might had some general updates you wanted to share at this point with the property or resort or Cactus Pete's. If you had any, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Member Sendall. I did want to just briefly say that the timing here is fortuitous where we're here on the agenda because of the level of excitement that we have this week opening the new hotel tower at the M Resort, which opened on Monday, and later today we'll be having a ceremony to commemorate really doubling the room capacity at that property adding additional ballroom space, really just an investment by us in the market. We couldn't be prouder of the project, which was completed ahead of schedule and on budget, really giving us the flexibility and the opportunity to have more rooms available, more room nights available, to be able to get some group business there that, you know, we may not be able to accommodate now just because of the size. So the level of excitement that we have as a company for that property right now is just very, very high. And again, it's always a privilege to be here with you and be here in person in Las Vegas, and particularly this week when by coincidence, you know, this afternoon is the dedication ceremony for that new tower. So we're very excited. And Judge, parking's free.
I was going to ask you about that.
Well, thank you and congratulations. It's very exciting. And thank you for walking us through these proposed modifications to the conditions. I'm happy to support this application as presented.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sendell. With that, I think we are ready for a motion.
Wonderful. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For each non-restricted license, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of this approval and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For M Resorts manufacturer's license, to remove the following condition: that the manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modification shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. And to add, M Resorts manufacturer's license is limited to: 1, the modification of slot machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. And 2, except as otherwise specified in this condition, the manufacturer of associated equipment and gaming devices, not to include slot machines or interactive gaming systems. Last, for M Resorts distributor's license, to remove the following condition: that the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the sale of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. And to add, the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of slot machines to be utilized in or the sale of slot machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and except as otherwise set out in this condition, the distribution of associated equipment and gaming devices, not to include slot machines or interactive gaming systems.
Thank you very much, Member Sendell. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you all
Motion
very
passes.
much.
Thank you. By way of planning, we're going to take non-restricted number 16, and then we'll take a lunch break. So with that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted number 16.
Non-restricted number 16 are the applications of Aristocrat Leisure Limited for continuous transfers of interest as noted on the agenda, for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda, and for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the applications of Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Pty Limited and Aristocrat Interactive SARL for continuous transfers of interest as noted on the agenda, and for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Giordano. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano. Thank you very much for allowing the appearance of representative of the applicant, Tracy Elkerton from Sydney, Australia. She'll be on video in a minute. But briefly, these applications are to facilitate intercompany financial transactions between subsidiaries of Aristocrat Leisure Limited. And as Tracy will explain a little bit in more detail, that's really what the applications are about. They're very similar to what have already been approved of prior with respect to subsidiaries of Aristocrat, with respect to ability to transfer securities without prior approvals, just upon notice to the board and approval, administrative approval. So with that, with your permission, Chairman Dright's like to turn the podium over to Tracy Elkerton, and she can address you with our affirmative presentation further.
Very good. Thank you very much. And welcome from Sydney, Ms. Elkerton.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Member Judge Assad, Member Sandor, Madam Secretary and Board staff. My name is Tracy Elkerton, and I, as you probably know, am the Chief Compliance Officer for the Aristocrat Group. I'm also a director of one of the applicant companies today and a voting member of the board's Regulatory and Compliance Committee. I would like to begin by thanking the board for permitting me to attend this meeting via Zoom today. The flight to Las Vegas is about 15 hours, depending on the wind. So it's very nice this close to Christmas to be missing that last trip. I'd also like to thank the board staff for their support throughout the application process and for their continued work in assessing Aristocrat's ongoing suitability. In particular, Deputy Chief Sean Crowley and Senior Agent Anthony Beeler were both very efficient in their investigation and have been extremely professional throughout this process, so we appreciate that. With me today by video, I have our Senior Vice President of Group Finance, Carol Sweeney, and our Assistant General Counsel, Joe Sorolis, who will be able to answer any questions that the board might have after this short presentation.
Very good.
There hasn't really been any material changes to Aristocrat since we last provided an update to the board, which was in April last year. However, I thought it might be timely to provide a brief update on two matters that are relevant. And one is the purpose of the application today, and also the status of our integration of the NEO Group into our interactive business. The board has previously granted continuous approval for the issuance of transfer of shares among certain entities within the Aristocrat Group. And really the purpose of this application is just to extend the board's approval to include additional entities within the group. And this follows on from our acquisition of NEO last year. To provide some additional background, last month, one of the wholly owned subsidiaries, Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Proprietary Limited, known as ATGS, acquired 100% of the shares in a company called Awager Limited, and that's spelled AWAGER. Awager is a company that has developed live streaming technology for use in the gaming industry, and we funded that acquisition through a temporary internal loan from cash on hand, which was held by our Nevada licensee, Aristocrat Technologies, Inc. This approval will allow us to transition from temporary funding to a permanent equity-based structure. And to achieve this, we are seeking approval for ATGS to issue new shares to its parent, Aristocrat Leisure Limited, moving forward on administrative approval from the chair. This really will provide funding into, into ATGS, which it can then use to replace the current internal loan structure that we have in place with more permanent capital. We expect after approval to issue the new shares in the coming few weeks. In terms of providing the board with an update on our NEO Group integration, as you'll recall, we completed our acquisition in April last year. Since that time, we've really been working systematically to bring the NEO business into the Aristocrat organization, focusing on strengthening our interactive portfolio, but maintaining the highest standards of regulatory and technical compliance. And that's been really important to us over the past sort of 15 months. Our integration program was structured around three priority areas. Firstly, aligning leadership, governance, and reporting structures. We have implemented a unified leadership model across the combined organization. And as part of this process, the then CEO, Moti Malul, has recently left the organization. He has been replaced by the appointment of Dylan Slaney to this role, and Dylan commenced with us earlier last month. He brings more than 10 years experience in the global iGaming sector, including prior roles with Light & Wonder, NYX, and SG Digital. We're very happy to have Dylan on board with us. Our second excuse me, our second priority was harmonizing systems and operational processes. And we've made really good progress on consolidating our core platforms and systems. And that includes most recently some integration of financial systems just over the last month. Our final priority was maintaining continuity of service for our customers and partners. And our focus has been on ensuring that customers continue to receive the same level of service and support throughout the transition. We've completed all material integration activities that were planned for the first year following the acquisition, and that includes, importantly, integrating the entire compliance team. So product, regulatory, and licensing were all integrated within the first 90 days of completing that transaction. Remaining work relates largely to longer-term system migrations and commercial optimization initiatives, and they'll continue through 2026. But overall, I would say we're satisfied with the progress of the integration and with the strength and capability that the Neo team has brought to our interactive business, which has been great. I'd like to also note that Aristocrat recently released its annual financial results, which reflect a strong and resilient performance across our global portfolio. Our interactive and gaming businesses continue to demonstrate disciplined investment, sustained customer engagement, and a solid balance sheet that supports ongoing innovation and responsible growth. From a compliance perspective, our organisation continues to strengthen its capabilities. We have expanded our global compliance team over the past year. We now have just over 120 in the compliance team. We've enhanced our systems and insurance processes by introducing custom-built and in-house built tools to help us manage our compliance obligations. And we've really maintained our focus on meeting the expectations of this board and regulators in each jurisdiction that we operate in. We do remain committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity and transparency as our business evolves. And I'm very lucky that, you know, we have a board at Aristocrat that is also committed to that same objective, and they truly do invest in our compliance program, which is fantastic. So on that, we appreciate the opportunity to provide these updates to you today and to outline the purpose of this application. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elkerton. Many of the questions that I had were answered through the RUMP process yesterday, so that was good. I did want to, and your presentation here today helped further answer the questions of practically how you would use this approval. And so that's certainly, that explanation was well received, so I appreciate that. Going back to a wager, would you say the integration has been fully completed? Is there the acquisition?
Yes,
and then,
the acquisition has been fully completed, yes.
So maybe
the
speak to
integration.
Maybe
So
speak
we do
to
have
what the
a,
integration will look like.
sure. So we do have a integration plan. It is a single product that we are acquiring essentially, and it's a very small team of individuals. So our integration of that business, I would say, has been more rapid than it might have been for such a complex organization like the Neo organization. The Awager team, for example, didn't have a sort of well-established compliance department. So from day one, we took over responsibility for the compliance and licensing activities. So the integration really now is focused on the technology itself and how we integrate that into our existing tools and systems for managing the technology. And also, you know, another aspect that's really important to us is integrating the individuals into the culture of compliance at Aristocrat. And we are working through that process as we speak, but not a difficult integration for us in the scheme of things.
Very good. And then with respect to Neo Games and the efforts on that side, can you describe for the board the philosophy and approach as it pertains to gray and black markets and how you are able to continually make sure that your product stays within regulated markets?
Of course. We do have a framework that we created prior to the acquisition of Neo Games, but really just as we were starting out in the interactive space. So every jurisdiction that we allow our content to be made available in goes through a full due diligence check. So the team will determine the legality of offering gaming in that market, whether it is a legal market, whether it is a grey market, or whether it's illegal. And obviously, if it's illegal, it automatically goes onto our blocked territories list. And that list is included as an addendum in contracts that we have with our third parties. And we also manage that through geofencing in the technology. I guess a couple of things. First of all, any jurisdiction that is clearly legal, the Compliance Committee have delegated authority to me to approve those jurisdictions. Any jurisdiction, however, that fits in our definition of a grey market must go to the Compliance Committee for review and approval if appropriate. And I would classify, we actually have a matrix on the definition of what we believe at Aristocrat is legal, grey and illegal, what the characteristics are of each of those categories. And a grey market might include things like, there might be good AML systems in place. There may be technical standards in place. There may be a fairly new regulatory body in place, for example. So perhaps a not well-established regulatory environment. There may be laws that don't allow it or prohibit accepting wages online. So that might fall into a grey bucket. So really for our interactive business, we have sort of hard definitions that they are aware of, are familiar with, and understand that if something falls into that grey bucket, it needs a deeper level of review. That is all documented in procedures. We keep a master list of every jurisdiction that we review. I think so far we've probably reviewed about 170 countries. And those reviews can include external legal advice, referring to resources, like reputable resources. But mostly, if they fall in that grey bucket, typically we will have a legal opinion from external counsel that we then form a decision based on that. It's not a simple process to get approval for a jurisdiction. There can be an element of discretion applied to those jurisdictions, but that rests with compliance and not the business.
Very good. Thank you for that background. And with the availability of technology on both sides of this, right? The ability to track your software and the ability for others to circumvent these restrictions, how difficult do you find it? Or how capable are you to be able to make sure that ultimately, despite, efforts, technology doesn't end up and your software doesn't end up where it shouldn't?
It is a challenge. I suspect it's a challenge for everybody in the industry. The way that we try to manage that, though, is through reviewing revenue reports from the different operators and through our different businesses. And if we identify revenue coming through from a country that is on our restricted or blocked territories list, we will then address that with the particular operator accordingly. What I have found is a very, very small number of bets being placed in countries that are on our restricted lists. And it is somebody that has been able to circumnavigate all of the controls that we have in place. The good news is the revenue that's attributed to those jurisdictions is very, very minor. It's dollars, not hundreds. It's not thousands of dollars. And we do act on those as soon as we become aware of them.
Very good. Well, I thank you for that. And I appreciate Aristocrat's continued commitment to a very robust compliance program and working with the board as you do on a regular basis. And you in particular, Ms. Elkerton, appreciate your leadership in this area. And I am more than happy to support this application. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
With that, I'll turn to Member Sendall.
Thank you, Ms. Elkerton. I'm sorry.
It's a tricky one. It's a
tired.
tricky one.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation. All my questions were answered as the chairman stated, either through rump yesterday and then also through your affirmative presentation and the questions the chairman asked you. So I appreciate your responses and happy to support your application here today.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Sindall. Judge Saad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Giordano, good to see you as always. Ms. Elkerton, nice to meet you. I don't blame you for
Thank
not
you.
wanting to make that 15-hour trip. I've done it.
No,
It's not fun.
it's hard. And I spend a lot of time in Vegas. The larger population of my team are based in Summerlin in Vegas. So I do probably spend, I'm probably there every, I would say 6 or 8, maybe 6 weeks. Not doing this trip close to Christmas has been very helpful. So I appreciate that.
No worries. Yeah, all of my questions are answered as well. The chairman was very thorough and getting all the information we needed. We had a great session yesterday with Deputy Chief Crowley and Agent Beeler. So it's pretty straightforward, really. You just want to be able to have some flexibility. I'm in full support of the application as well. And let me wish you an early Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Judge Assad. You too.
Very good. With that, I will accept a motion.
Chair.
Yes,
Excuse
sir.
me, to interrupt, but I just want to let you know that we have reviewed draft number 1 of the proposed 17th revised order of registration for Aristocrat, and we believe its terms and provisions are acceptable and appropriate under the circumstances.
Very good. Dated 11/10/25.
That is correct, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I believe we're ready for motion now.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 16 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 17th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated November 10th, 2025.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thanks very much. Ta-da.
Bye-bye. We will stand in recess until 1:30. Thank you. now. Very good. Welcome back to item number 3, excluded person nomination. Madam Secretary, please read into the record our next item.
The next item for your consideration is the excluded person nomination of Wayne Joseph Nix as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Mr. Soms, before we have you begin, could we make a record about attempts made to have Mr. Nix notified of this hearing?
Yeah, that will be part of my presentation.
Well, then please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. I am Mike Somps. I'm with the Attorney General's office. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
As Madam Secretary read into the record, the matter before you today is for the board to consider whether to nominate Wayne Nix for inclusion into Nevada's list of excluded persons. While Mr. Nix was provided written notice of today's meeting, and I don't believe he is here today, nonetheless, if he were here, this is not an evidentiary hearing. Instead, if this board chooses to nominate Mr. Nix, he will receive notice of that fact, and then he'll have an opportunity to request a hearing before the Nevada Gaming Commission.
May I interrupt 1 second just to confirm that Mr. Nix is not in Carson City? Thank you.
Okay. Now, I did prepare a memo for the board regarding Mr. Nix that describes him and his activities, and it does include 7 exhibits that support placing Mr. Nix into the list. So I prepared that for you. However, I'm prepared to actually make a presentation today and go through that packet and those exhibits in support of his placement on the list, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
And after that, of course, I can answer any questions if there are any, and the board can deliberate. So pursuant to NRS 463.151 subsection 2, the list may include any person whose presence in a gaming establishment is determined to pose a threat to the interest of Nevada or to licensed gaming or both. In making that determination, you may consider the criteria set forth in 463.151 subsection 3. And pursuant to the Commission's Regulation 28.010, if you determine that Mr. Nix satisfies any one of those criteria, you can nominate him to the list. So with Mr. Nix, he satisfies 4 different criteria for inclusion on the list. I'm just going to briefly hit those and then go into them in more detail in a bit. So first, Mr. Nix has been convicted of felonies under federal law. Second, he has been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Third, he has been convicted of a crime that is a violation of the gaming laws of California. And fourth, he has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. Before getting into the specifics supporting Mr. Nix's inclusion, I do want to generally describe his activities, which are further detailed by Enforcement Agent Clock, which is in his affidavit, which is exhibit number 7. It's also drawn from the various exhibits that are in your packet. So Mr. Nix is a known illegal bookmaker who operated an illegal bookmaking business out of California, taking wagers on the outcome of sporting events from various people at agreed upon odds using offshore sports wagering websites. Over the course of at least 6 years, from 2014 to 2020, Mr. Nix took millions of dollars in illegal wagers. Further, and important for this board's decision, Mr. Nix frequented Las Vegas casinos and used illicit proceeds from his illegal bookmaking business to gamble and pay off casino markers. Mr. Nix also solicited new customers from casino marketing hosts at the casinos that he frequented, including offering a commission or gratuity for customer referrals. Mr. Nix also associated with Scott Sabella, the former president of the MGM Grand, and with Cosmopolitan hosts, as well as MGM Grand hosts, all who knew that Mr. Nix was an illegal bookmaker and who continued to allow Mr. Nix to present and use illicit proceeds. So with that general description, I'll turn to how Mr. Nix satisfies each of those individual criteria for inclusion on the list. First, Mr. Nix has been convicted of felonies under federal law. On March 10th of 2022, Mr. Nix entered into a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office where Mr. Nix pled guilty to conspiracy to operate an unlawful gambling business, and he pled guilty to subscribing to a false tax return. Those crimes are felonies under federal law. Evidence in support of this is Exhibit 1 in your packet, which is a certified copy of the plea agreement. You can see in that plea agreement the facts that Mr. Nix admitted to that support the plea. Further, the court accepted Mr. Nix's guilty plea on April 11th of 2022, and a certified copy of the minutes of the guilty plea hearing is Exhibit 2 in your packet. These federal felony convictions satisfy NRS 463-151 sub 3A as a basis for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Second, Mr. Nix was convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Nix's previously described crime of subscribing to a false tax return is a crime involving moral turpitude. Further, through the plea agreement, Mr. Nix admits that he knowingly and willfully falsely reported his total taxable income to the IRS on his tax returns for 2017 and 2018, and that there was an approximate $1.5 million in unreported income. So with that, another basis under 463-151 sub 3A is satisfied for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Third, though, Mr. Nix has been convicted of a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Mr. Nix's previously described conviction of conspiracy to operate an unlawful gambling business is a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Specifically, pursuant to Mr. Nix's plea agreement, Mr. Nix admits that he operated his business in violation of California Penal Code Section 337A, which prohibits bookmaking within the state of California. So with that, another basis under the statute is satisfied for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Fourth, Mr. Nix has a notorious or unsavory reputation which would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. That notorious and unsavory reputation is of course reflected in these previously described federal convictions of Mr. Nix, and notably those convictions stem from Mr. Nix's activities as an illegal bookmaker occurring both in California and Las Vegas, and using proceeds from those illicit activities at Las Vegas casinos. That notorious and unsavory reputation is also reflected in public non-prosecution agreements that the MGM Grand and the Cosmopolitan entered into on January 9th and January 11th, 2024, respectively, with the U.S. Department of Justice. In those non-prosecution agreements, Mr. Nix's activities at the MGM Grand and the Cosmopolitan are described in support of the violations of federal law admitted to by those two casinos, and include that he used his illicit proceeds to gamble and pay off markers at Las Vegas casinos, and that he solicited new customers from marketing hosts. Exhibits 3 and 4 are those NPAs. As you know, the NPAs with the MGM Grand and the Cosmopolitan also were the subject of the board's recent disciplinary complaint against the MGM Grand, the Cosmopolitan, and their parent company, MGM Resorts. Mr. Nix's notorious and unsavory reputation is also reflected in a December 18th, 2023 guilty plea agreement in the United States criminal case against Scott Sabella, where Mr. Nix's activities, again, with the MGM are described, and with Mr. Sabella are detailed, and where Mr. Nix's operation of an illegal bookmaking business are described in the agreement in support of Mr. Sabella's criminal violations. And a copy of that plea agreement is Exhibit 5 in your packet. Finally, Mr. Nix's notorious and unsavory reputation is reflected in several media reports and in a Department of Justice press release that describe his activities. Examples of those are contained in Exhibit 6 of your packet. So all of this then satisfies another basis under the statute for inclusion of Mr. Nix on the list. And as I stated earlier, he only needs to satisfy 1, but Mr. Nix satisfies 4. Accordingly, this board may, if it so chooses, nominate Mr. Nix for inclusion on the list, and this matter would then proceed to the commission. As I indicated, Mr. Nix would be provided notice and an opportunity to request an evidentiary hearing before the commission. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think what we'll do is start by seeing if the board members have any questions of Mr. Soms, and then from there, each of us will state our position as to this matter. So let me begin by asking if there are any questions of Mr. Soms.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Soms. I want to thank Chief Torgerson also. When this case and the Boyer case were moving through our system, I remember having conversations with, at that time, Chairman Hendricks, that these two individuals certainly qualify for entry into the list of excluded persons under 463151. And I want to thank the chief again and her staff, and you as well, for putting this very comprehensive and well-written and tight legal document together. He has brought in with Boyer so much negative publicity to the state of Nevada that he certainly qualifies for entry into this the so-called Nevada Black Book. And I just wanted to clarify, people have asked me, well, don't you need a felony conviction? And I always say no. And is that correct? You don't need a felony conviction to qualify under 151. Is that correct?
That would be one of the criteria, but it is not the only one.
It's not necessary. You can be in the Black Book without a felony conviction, correct?
Correct.
And so there's he also, I think, I don't know if you mentioned this or not, but he wasn't just here, he was laundering money, which is a federal crime and something we definitely don't want to see happen here in Nevada. And we take very seriously, and I hope that the commission will move forward appropriately and send a strong message to the federal government, to anybody else thinking about doing these kinds of illegal activities, that we're not going to tolerate it here in Nevada. And this is one way that we can change the culture up and down the strip. I know bookmakers have been operating in Nevada for decades, but as long as they stay out of the casinos, I don't have a problem with it. But once they start operating within and through the casino structure and operating to launder money or whatever they want to do, just have a good time, it just brings such negative publicity that it really hurts the entire state, the gaming industry. And I want to thank you again for excellent presentation. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Well then, Member Sendall, any questions or thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I would like you to just put a little bit more on the record. You referenced a few of the exhibits that we have provided in front of us regarding some of Mr. Nix's activities specifically that took place, I guess on one aspect, as you stated, as it relates to the MGM and Cosmopolitan NPAs, and what action specifically he engaged in that led to violations against those licensees. And then similarly, his engagement in actions and involvement with Scott Sevilla.
Sure, Member Sendall. And again, I would refer you to exhibits 3 and 4 regarding the NPAs. But in those NPAs, there's a lot of facts in support of the NPAs, but part of them include language that regarding specifically Mr. Nix, in that he operated an illegal bookmaking business, as I stated, within the Central District of California, where he accepted and paid off bets from bettors in California and elsewhere in the United States on the outcomes of sporting events. As admitted in these documents, he would travel frequently from his home in the Central District of California to casinos in Las Vegas with his illicit cash proceeds from his illegal gambling business. It also in this document, he typically the cash that he carried to Las Vegas was comprised of high denomination bills. And at times he transported the cash in duffel bags, brown paper bags, or leather purses. And then he presented these illicit proceeds to casinos and used it for personal gambling. And as I indicated earlier, paying off markers. Importantly, he interacted with casino marketing hosts and used them to solicit new customers and at times offered them commissions for those new customers. That's very similar facts that were admitted to in Mr. Sabella's plea agreement. All of this kind of correlates pretty clearly together in all these documents. And in fact, I think the U.S. attorney that was involved in the NPAs as well as in the prosecution of Mr. Sabella was the same U.S. attorney. So it's all very similar.
Understood. Thank you for putting that on the record. And then, and I don't know if I missed it, but about how much money do you believe was wagered during that time period you stated from 2014 to 2020?
Yeah, I don't
his
have a
business?
specific number. It was millions of dollars though.
Great. And then what was the name? Did he have an official business then that he kind of
believe
elicited
it's a-
these funds through? Is it Nixie Enterprises?
I believe that's correct. Yeah,
Okay. And that operated both in California and Nevada?
right.
You stated there was 4 reasons that for the basis of inclusion of Mr. Nix on the list of excluded persons. One being his conviction of felonies under federal law. What is US law or being convicted? Has he been sentenced? Can you give us the status of that?
He has not been sentenced. The latest, I guess what I can tell you is that there's been a number of times when he's been scheduled to be sentenced. And it's currently set for March of 2026. But as I indicated in my presentation, he has pled guilty to these federal felony crimes, and that plea has been accepted by the court, and therefore he has been convicted.
And that's why it stated that he's already been convicted of the felonies. Now he's just awaiting whatever punishment he'll receive from the
Correct.
federal government. Okay. And the charges that he's pled guilty to, I don't recall now, was that there was 2 of them, is that correct?
Correct.
And one is for false tax returns?
Right. The first crime that he committed or that he pled guilty to is conspiracy to operate an unlawful gambling business, and that's in violation of 18 USC section 371. And the second one that he pled guilty to is subscribing to a false tax return, and that's in violation of 26 USC 726 sub 1. And there's specific statutes, federal statutes that make those felonies.
I'm sorry, it's 7206 or is it?
7206 sub 1.
Gotcha. Okay. And then as far as, so that was your first reason. The second reason for Nix has been convicted of crimes of moral turpitude. What crime is of moral turpitude?
Subscribing to a false tax return, which is a fraudulent type of crime, and that would be considered a crime of moral turpitude.
Understood. And then the third element, Nix has been convicted of a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Which California code did he specifically violate in his actions?
Give me 1 second.
Is it 337 sub A?
Right. This is something he admitted to specifically in his plea agreement that he violated California law, which I'm just trying to catch the correct site, which is California Penal Code section 337A. And that's specifically titled prohibiting bookmaking within the state of California.
Great. And so the basis for inclusion on the list is sort of those considerations. And also lastly, I think the fourth reason you provided is his notorious and unsavory reputation based on these activities. And as you mentioned, the NPAs and kind of anti-money laundering activities that have occurred at some of our licensed properties here in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't think I have anything further, Chairman, and just to reiterate, this is being proposed under, what was it, NRS 463-151?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional questions. From my perspective, this matter speaks for itself in as much as it documents support the convictions that have been established as to Mr. Nix. I therefore support the nomination to include Mr. Nix on the list of excluded persons pursuant to NRS 463-151 sub 2. When it comes to the specific grounds as listed in sub 3, I think that it has been established here today by Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps in the documentation, and of course the commentary around the documentation, but specifically in the documentation, that he has been convicted under of felonies under the U.S. law, and there's no question about that. So fairness of that would indicate that that is what it is. He is a convicted felon. As to conspiracy to operate unlawful gambling business and to subscribe to a false tax return. So those are indisputable. In his own hand, Mr. Nix signed off. He's guilty of those, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. And then stepping further, from my perspective, yes, number 2, convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. And just to connect that dot for me, as I understand it, that it's well understood that filing of a false tax return is a crime of moral turpitude. Is that correct?
Again, that would be the type of crime that would fall under that umbrella of a crime involving moral turpitude. Can I cite you to a specific Nevada court case that says that? No, but I think generally accepted, it would be considered a crime of moral turpitude. And I can give you some Nevada case law that perhaps would help you in that regard, if you want it.
Yes, why don't we amplify the record by supporting the notion that a conviction of crime involving moral turpitude would be the false tax return.
So there is a Nevada Supreme Court case titled State versus Buckingham that analyzes what offenses involve moral turpitude and defines generally anything contrary to justice, honesty, principle, or good morals, an act of baseness, vileness, or depravity in the private and social duties which a man owes to his fellow man or to society in general, contrary to the accepted rule of right and duty between man and man, which is admittedly a fairly broad definition. But with that description, the court went on to cite a Connecticut case of Drazen versus New Haven Taxi Cab Company that concluded that larceny is a crime involving moral turpitude, so a theft type of crime. Further, from the Handbook of Criminal Evidence, it states that fraud or false pretenses in obtaining something of value and larceny or misdemeanor theft by taking are crimes involving moral turpitude. So I think that this is a type of crime that's really within that sphere of evil intent in regards to larceny or theft or stealing. And I'm comfortable that this federal criminal tax related crime is a crime of moral turpitude.
Thank you. And where I'm at is I would agree with that. Certainly, it does involve measures of moral turpitude to engage in such conduct and to be convicted of such a felony. Number 3, convicted of a crime which violates the gaming laws of another state, i.e. California Penal Code 337 sub A has been established, has been violated.
Correct. He's admitted to that.
And so that speaks for itself again. So again, the fairness of it is there's no shading, there's no testimony to be taken from my perspective beyond the fact that he has in writing acknowledged and that he committed these crimes and that he's been convicted of these crimes.
Correct.
Yeah. And then finally, the standard under 463-151 sub 3, the last standard, notorious or unsavory reputation. That's one that certainly is not per se documented within any type of conviction, but certainly broadly, he has been well known across the casinos of Las Vegas to be a bookmaker, a legal bookmaker. And therefore, from my perspective, he has no place being in a casino at any time in the state of Nevada. He's a person who, in my view, his presence in Nevada gaming establishments poses a threat to the interest of the state and to license gaming in the state and generally. So when you read this all together, again, certainly, again, I support the nomination of inclusion of Mr. Wayne Nix to the list of excluded persons under 463.151 sub 2. And then even if one would think that any one of these factors would be less consequential than the others, which I don't, I think they're all tremendously consequential. To your point, Mr. Soms, it only takes one, and we have 4. So I am very comfortable, again, supporting this nomination. So that's my record on this matter. And I don't want to give this individual any more airtime from my perspective than is necessary to make this record, but that's where I stand on it.
Thank you.
Before we look to take a motion, is there any further commentary, questions?
Not for me.
None by me. Thank you.
Very good. Then, Madam Secretary, oh, I'm sorry, I believe we're ready for a motion then.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. In the matter of the exclusion of Wayne Joseph Nix from licensed gaming establishments in the state of Nevada, I move to nominate Mr. Nix to the list of excluded persons based on the criteria specified in NRS 463.151 subsection 2 and NRS 463.151 subsection 3A and 3C. This motion for nomination is specifically based on the following. Number 1, as presented, Mr. Nix has been convicted of felonies under federal law. Number 2, as presented, Mr. Nix has been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Number 3, as presented and placed on the record, Mr. Nix has been convicted of crimes in violation of the gaming laws of California. And last, number 4, as presented, Mr. Nix has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that gaming is free from criminal or corruptive elements. Further, that any one of these criteria for exclusion, independent of the others, is sufficient to nominate Mr. Nix to Nevada's list of excluded persons.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to our last item of the day, which is public comments, I do want to say from a programming standpoint that in January, at the regularly scheduled meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, this board intends to nominate Matthew Boyer to the list of excluded persons. Having said that, we turn to Madam Secretary, our last agenda item for today, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So with that, first, let's go to Carson City. In Carson City, if there's anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Okay. Seeing none, that will close our public comment section of today's meeting. We stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, at which time we will consider the restricted items within our agenda. Thank you.